All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, if you don't mind hitting that number 1, that would be good. You can hit that number 1 if you can hear me, and if I sound all right. As far as I can tell, the mic should sound fine. AJRT, Maddie, Travis, Hoover, Carl, perfect. All right, very good. Good morning, HR. All right, very quickly, for those of you that watched us in the archive, this is totally viewer supported. So if you want to ensure that you continue to have something to watch in the archive, code CLAY, all caps, if any of these prop firms is how you can best help support the stream. I recommend, whether you're a beginner prop firm trader or experienced prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best ones out there. But yes, code CLAY, at the end of the day, with any of those prop firms, all caps is a way for you to help ensure, like I said, that you can continue to watch this in the archive. So thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get the official thing started here. All right, nope, I'm not quite ready. Ooh, getting a poll. Oh, okay, all right. Well, welcome everybody officially. It is Friday, February 13th. I guess Friday the 13th. Friday, February 13th. The year is 2026. And hopefully everybody is off to a good final day to the week. I am having one of those, was it a week ago I had one of these? I can't remember. But I am green. I don't know how, though. I am green. I don't know how. I would say some luck was once again in my favor, namely right here. There's a couple, for me at least, and a couple other people, things got a little laggy with Tradovate, so I was like, all right, well, I'm just going to chill out. Well, that happened to be good timing because I could have seen myself very realistically maybe trying to get some sort of short, given that it seemingly was being weak, and then, thinking, well, with the trend, trying to play something like that. But no, that was not the case. Just a total V shape into a check mark, up it went. And then right here, made a comment in the chat, was like, hey, I'm thinking this thing is probably getting ready to, looking like wanting to, head back down. This was, in my mind, was looking kind of heavy right here. And then after that, nope, up it went. That one never gave any confirmation. So that's how I avoided that. So yes, overall, it's fine. I am green. But even now, acting like I wanted to be strong, and now people buying these pullbacks. Even this. So here's another example. Here's how the live stream, now that I think about it, helped me out. Price pulled back, was kind of putzing around here at the 21 EMA, but I was getting things prepped, ready to go for the live stream. So even on that note, I possibly could have taken a long there. Would have been wrong as it's gone down. So, yeah, just another little example of how I'm just avoiding the losing trades. But who knows? Now that I'm here, maybe now is when the market's like, it's got its chef's hat on, it's got its spices, and it's like, all right, it is time to cook clay. So we'll see what happens. But yes, I am green. Not quite sure how. I'm grateful, but I would be a pony face. What is that? Dog face pony. Doggone it. What was Biden's line? Dog face pony soldier. Oh, pony soldier liar. Is that it? Liar. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, there it is. Just so I'm not crazy, I would be a lying dog-faced pony soldier if I were to say, oh yeah, I today. It makes perfect sense. Everything went according to plan. Yeah, no, that would not be the case. So grateful, but I'm not going to sit here and say that I had some sort of revolutionary. Now, for some of you, it might make perfect sense. A lot of days, most days, I'm like, okay, yeah, I can see why I'm nicely green, kind of green. Why? Okay, yeah, it just didn't work out. I'm red today, but today is not one of those days. So one of those situations where if you lost some accounts today, I can see how. If you took some punches to the face today, I can see how. That makes perfect sense in my mind. So I'm not saying to laugh it off. I'm not saying to don't learn anything from it. All I'm saying is don't learn too much from it. In other words, remember, sometimes a learning lesson is just simply this. The markets are random. There are no guarantees. Next one. But that's also why trading is very hard, because sometimes maybe there is something wrong. Maybe you did something wrong. Maybe there's something wrong with your strategy. But that's not necessarily true. Just because you have a red trade does not mean you did something wrong. It could just simply be a matter of, hey, that was just a tricky move, right? I mean, good example of that right here. This V-shape. That's why V-shapes are hard. I can see this putting people in a bearish mood. People think they're trading the trend, and they were, right? Because think about it. That was green at one point, came back down. This was green at one point. Oh, wait, no, it actually didn't come back down in this situation. It just went straight up, right? So, that's one of those things where there's nothing to learn other than, hey, a V-shape punch you in the face. That's why V-shapes are brutal. That's why they're rough, because it is what it is. On TBT, on TB now, but my NBIS call just gave up. Oh yeah, that's right, yeah. Connor's doing option swing trading though. No. Don't blow. I don't. Here's my theory. I don't want people to blow accounts, because my theory is this. I mean, blown accounts will happen, but if somebody just blows a bunch of accounts, they're just going to give up. They're going to knock themselves out of the game. And if I go strictly from a business revenue standpoint, yes, I want people to use code Clay. But in my mind, and I've always thought big picture, and I suppose my proof of that is, I started the website, I started, the YouTube channel back in 2013. So I've been here for kind of a long time. From a big picture standpoint, I figure if somebody survives and then starts to build out their empire, well then, yeah, they're building out their empire. They're, who knows, trading maybe 20, 30 accounts. I'm not sure, 40 accounts. And if each one of those accounts are using code Clay, that's great. And along, as just part of it, they're burning accounts here, there, here. Well, then they're still using code Clay. But they're actually succeeding, so they're staying in the game. Therefore, big picture-wise, they're going to use code Clay more often, assuming they survive and get things figured out. Whereas, yeah, sure, maybe somebody roasts a bunch of accounts very quickly, and then they're done. And sure, in the near term, boom, maybe code Clay gets used a whole lot from that person. But over the course of time, it won't get used nearly as often as if that person learns, figures things out, expands, builds their empire. So, gets the 5 take profit trader, locked in, and then they add in, and I'm just making this up, 5 Lucid, and then they're throwing in 5 Tradeify, and then they hop over to Apex and go 20 accounts. You know what I mean? They're just building the empire. So yes, I am personally not a fan of people just roasting accounts. Well, isn't that good for you, code Clay? I guess it depends on your business perspective. If your thesis is I'm just here for the short run, I just care about the short term, then I suppose yes, burn. But that's never been my model. And again, this is not empty words. Thankfully, in my position, I am kind of the grumpy old guy. But coming with the grumpy old guy, I have the track record. The YouTube channel, just Clay Trader, has been around since 2013. I had another one before then too, but we'll just go with Clay Trader, claytrader.com, the Clay Trader, sphere, if you will. It's been around since 2013. So when I say that, my model is based around the longer term, I mean, there is proof in the, that I do actually believe that. So, how do we get on that talk? Oh, yeah. Okay, because Todd was like, now that you're live, theme of the day, blow accounts with code Clay. Yeah, no. So, no, please do not blow. You're going to blow accounts, but don't go and roast. Don't go on account tilt. Learn from your, accounts, all that sort of stuff. Because yes, from a strictly greedy business standpoint, my thesis is if you figure things out, if you survive and then start to build out your empire, you'll actually use code Clay even more over time. But anyways. Well, at this point, the level that is really standing out to me, and maybe you've already drawn this line in, maybe you've already noticed it, but is this area right here. So what actually is that? That's at about 722. 722 seems like a very, very intriguing level where if the price comes down here, does it bounce? Does it, break down through? And then another area, and this is one I was watching earlier, is right here. So, but again, because today's so volatile, maybe the distance between these lines, it's like, okay, well, I guess that's some room, but today's been so volatile. So this is 722 down to 680. So that's a 42-point space right there. Again, some days when it's not very much, maybe that's like a 15-point space, but no, here it's over 40 points. So on that note, be very careful. We have one of these days where you could be like, All right, well, let me get, let me get short right here. I'll put my stop up here. Okay, yeah, that's not a very big distance. And then you look and it's like, oh, wow, that's like a 25-point stop I would have. I'm not saying you shouldn't take a trade with a 25-point stop, but you may want to consider your position size. So it is definitely one of those days again. And in fact, now that I think about it, I'm going to take a swing at that short, see if it wants to come back down. And I can put, yeah, 20-point stop here. So I'll go with 3 MNQ. Because if this is still some sort of, so if this is kind of the top of the range, then up here doesn't really matter to me. Maybe this thing, okay, never mind. Now it's pushing up too much. So back to the drawing board on that one. But anyways, I am a terrible businessman as always. I didn't even say finish the opening spiel. But yes, if you've been here before, please hit that like. But I don't know. I think we can hit 400 likes today. There's just something in my bones that says maybe we can put the cold streak to an end and hit 400 likes again. So I'm going to try my best to continually remind people, see if we can push this up to 400 likes. So yes, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. It helps. It makes a big difference. If you've never been here before, welcome. Fantastic to have you. No need to hit the like button. I understand. You have no idea if you're going to enjoy. But yeah, your first reminder, hit that like button. We're going for 400. We're going for 400 likes today. Let's see if we can make it happen. All right, well, the next area that I'm potentially interested in a short is going to be this pink line up here, the overnight high. Why am I not interested in a long? Just because at this point, there is still a lot of chop out there. So at this point, are we nearing the top of the top? Are we nearing, yeah, I guess are we nearing the top of the chop? I think that made sense. I don't know. That's what I'm wondering. So that's why I'm not interested in going long, because if we are at the top of the chop, well, then I don't want to experience to the downside there. Hopefully all the dents don't show. If they are, we will deal with one dent at a time. Thank you, Curtis. Yes, thank you. That's the other reminder. I will. Yes, I am. The markets are open on Monday for, what is it? President's Day, right? Yeah. I always get Martin Luther King Day and President's Day mixed up. I think it's President's Day. Wow. Well, for me, I was right that it wanted to come back down. The problem is it never gave me a setup to work with. For me, this is very hard to have a big green candle and then all of a sudden a big red candle. It's like, okay, well, you never really, I can't work with that. So yeah, broadly speaking, it did come back down, but that's why broad statement trading doesn't really do much. But yes, markets are open on Monday for the holiday. They do close early at 1 p.m. Eastern, and I will be streaming the open. So yes, I think we'll kick things off probably about 9:15 a.m. and we'll go to the close on Monday. So yes, make a note of that. We'll be streaming the open, and we'll see how that goes. Holiday trading can always be a bit sketchy. Washington's birthday. Okay, so it's President's Day. Okay. So let's see what we can find here. And like I said, did try a short here, but never got confirmation as it kept pushing up. Like I said, I will be interested in a short potentially up here around this pink line. These are interesting, points of interest from a short standpoint right now. I guess even as a long standpoint, it has bounced from here, so I'm not calling you crazy. And who knows, maybe I might join the party depending on what were to develop if the price were to go back down to that level right there. Good morning, Clay. Past the 50K. Nice job, Evil. Yeah, how are all your days going so far? How have you weathered today? As I was explaining earlier, today is one of those days where I'm green, but I'm not quite sure how. Hey, Bluefish. Yeah, happy Friday to you. Gold at a key level. But yeah, how are all your days going? Great, bad, terrible, green, red, blue an account, passed an account, qualified for a payout? Ooh, good call. All right, yeah, here we are. Gold is approaching actually a very interesting level on the 2-minute. We have both the VWAP here, which the price has already bounced off of once, and we also have the pink line right there, which on my chart, denotes the 200 period. I better stay away from GC. Maybe I'll take a swing at it here with MGC. I'm not quite sure how volatile it is, so I'm going to just start very, very conservatively with 1. Ooh, I don't know. Why is that? Ooh, the 8. That seems like a lot. That's okay. Yeah, let's go for a fake break here of the VWAP. There we go. All right. Looking for a long at the green line. So essentially looking to play a fake breakdown of, I suppose, both the 200 period and the VWAP here. Yeah, just one MGC, but was that yesterday or a couple of days ago? I traded 2 MGC, and man, it was wild how quickly the P&L was adding up with just 2 MGCs. So keep that in mind with the precious metals, especially silver. It adds up quick. Oh, plus the same amount. Bummer, Monty. Well, first off, thank you for using code Clay. Really appreciate that. But do you still have the accounts though? So it sounds like you gave up some gains, but you didn't give up the entire account, which is good. Hey, Dean. Good to see you. Okay, well, now you're bouncing from there. So I'll cancel that trade plan out for now on gold. Oh, boy. Is that a long right there? Long. Even if it just goes up to the overnight high and gets rejected, if you're getting long there, that's still almost like 20 points of potential scalpy scalp. So I'll think about it. I didn't blow them up. Well, good job, yeah. I don't know if Brian's here, but Brian, 3 days ago or something, he took a pretty rough red day, but he kept his accounts alive. And then as of today, all of those losses have been recovered, and he's back on the normal trajectory. So yeah, depending on the situation and the circumstances, if you just keep them alive, then there's obviously always a chance. What's silver doing? So we had somebody in the private community traded silver. They made $750 on it, and I was like, "How long were you in the trade?" And they're like, 2 minutes, which makes me think silver is actually now very slow. Now, if you're saying, "Well, wait a second, Clay, how is making $200 or $750 in 2 minutes slow?" That just because that used to be like what would happen, and I'm not kidding. And those of you that have traded silver before, especially over the past couple weeks, $750 in like 2 seconds is more than reasonable. Which is what makes silver an interesting thing, but also a very addictive thing. I think I'm just gonna, like I said, if this is some sort of choppy range right here, so let's just say that the premise is that this is a choppy range, then yeah, we are at the top. A short right there does make sense. Okay, so I am short. Kind of chased it down a little bit, but put my first target there. Come on, at least hit that first target. There we go. Target number 1 hit. Okay, let's make sure this is at least a break-even trade at this point. I want to start off with a green trade, so there we go. Yes, I'm very tight with my stop, but like I said, for the mental, for the confidence building, for the live stream, let's just make sure I start off with a green trade here. I think it was yesterday. I started off with a pretty brutal red trade. I don't remember if that was true, but there we go. All right, so kind of worked out. Didn't get any follow through, but this is actually a very spicy trend line here that I'm going to, oh boy. I don't think I'm going to be able to resist that. I think I have to take that short, folks. I don't think I have a choice. Again, if I'm still going to stick with the premise that this is some sort of kind of new range that is formed here, then we are at the top of the range. Does that line serve as a leading indicator that maybe the price rolls to the bottom of the range? I don't know. But yes, that's what I have to ask myself. Clay, are you still going with the premise this is a sideways range? If my answer is yes, then I think I better take that. I don't want to take it, though, after this candle formed. All right, so I will not take it on this candle, but if by the time the next candle starts to form, if we're still above it, then that puts it back on the table. But if this candle comes down here to solid red, Yeah, now we have this basically long lower shadow here, which was created by buyers. We have the 21 right there. And if this means I get left behind, then so be it. So be it, Billy. But yes, this next candle, well, if this thing is another long lower shadow candle, then I won't be, won't want to take it. But what would be amazing is this. This candle closes solid red. The next candle immediately goes up a little bit and then comes down. That is my like ideal setup of rainbows and butterflies and Sour Patch Kids and the lady from The Sound of Music, dancing through the Alps, I think. The hills are alive. But I will say this becomes more and more of an interesting long for just a scalp. Maybe I'm wrong to think just a scalp, but even if it just goes up to right there, a long at 47, 48. Because yes, if you're Clay, there's like a bull pennant right here, correct? There is. I just don't know how much trust I have in it, given if my premise is this is a sideways channel. If my premise is this is a sideways channel, well then I don't actually believe in this pennant because I think the pennant will fail to the downside. Now, if you don't believe in the sideways channel, if you don't think there's actually a sideways channel that's mattering, then yeah, maybe you have a lot more trust in this. I can see both sides. That's why I'm saying, for me, I think that the key question all revolves around, do you think this is a sideways kind of chop fest here that we're entering into? All right, well, there's the break. Like I said, seems like the chance of it getting up to that overnight high were, of course, obviously not guaranteed, but not exactly asking a whole lot. Hey, John. Imagine trading silver and CPI news today. Yeah, exactly, Tyler. Although with take profit trade, I think a lot of other prop firms, that was a red folder event, so people would not be allowed to trade in their pro accounts anyways. To the Henry Dorley Zoo? No. Is that here in Iowa? All right, well, for anybody that was trusted in that bull pennant, congratulations. And it's looking like, there's not even any need for it. Now, don't get me wrong, a scalpy scalp still would have yielded potentially, 15 points, maybe even a little bit more, 20 points. But to be fair, this thing just keeps going. All right. Did anybody take that long? Did anybody buy the breakout? Again, the power of independent thinking. Give me a 1. Did anybody buy that breakout? Like, well, Clay, I appreciate it, brother, but I'm an independent thinker. I actually have more trust in that bull pennant than you do. Good job, Cascade. Nice job, Todd. Barack bought on the ES. Did the ES break too? Let's see, ES. Oh, yeah. I scalped and got up before the high. All right, Connor. Yeah, in hindsight, what was I thinking? Now was this just a fake breakout is the question. I'm going to try a short right there. Idea that this was just a fake breakout, got longs excited. And now let's see if we can some longs to maybe panic out. And I'll be waiting for them if they do decide to panic out. Or who knows, maybe the longs are just setting me up to play me like a fool. Okay, now I want to see this pop up here. And then if it comes back down, my new short order. Yeah, go up. Don't come down. No. Up. The further it comes down, the lower my entry point's got to be. And I don't like that. I want to have... Yeah, just bounce up. Look at that. We're stuck, right? Okay, good. Come up more. All right, that's good. That's good enough. All right, here we go. Let's see. We'll look to get short at the red line. Only if it comes down, though. See if this is some sort of fake breakout of this area. I think we're going to grind higher and close around the high of the day. So you are long right now then, Jason? I assume you're pretty heavy long then? All right, never mind on that. My risk profile is changing a bit too much. So back to the drawing board. A losing day. It's all right. I don't know if I want to get into the big explanation because it's going to sound scammy without more of a Let me put it this way. It's, I don't know how to put, let me put it this way. Just because you, doggone it, don't come down. Yeah, I can't, I guess I could go with 2 because my, all right, fine. I'll go with 2 right there. Just because you blow a, so let me put it this way. On a day, there could be a day, and let's say you blow up 5 accounts. You could still be green on that day. I don't want to say easily, but relatively realistically, because if you have a another account like a pro, okay, I'm in, okay. Come on. Put my first target there. There we go. There we go. There we go. Let's put this here and stop. There we go. I'll just follow down with my stop. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. All right, we got the trend line right there, so that could be a problem for me. Might bounce right off of it. Okay. Still going to watch, though, because this could still be an interesting short. Look at that. Right off that trend line. Crazy. Granted, there's also the 21 EMA right there. Isn't the mind wild? I look down, I'm like, crap, I should probably go put on a trade real quick, try to make $5. For what? Just because my mind would like to see 4 digits there instead of 3? I have the mind of a baboon. Nope, I just came to that conclusion. Well, what the heck, man? If you think we're going to grind higher, then get long. What are you doing? That doesn't make any sense. I just came to that conclusion. Okay, fine, fair enough. If you just came to it, are you now long? Because as of now, you typed that message about 5 minutes ago, which is giving you 5 minutes now to put some action behind your conclusion. So are you now long? Let me ask that. You've just now reached the conclusion 5 minutes ago, so are you now long? But yes, what was I saying? Yeah, I mean, you can roast several accounts. So you could lose thousands of dollars, but still be green by making, let's say, $1,000. I understand that doesn't make sense if you don't understand how prop firms work, but it does. Anybody that understands prop firms, you know what I mean by that. You could look at your screen and you could see all these blown accounts, and man, I lost $2,000 to blow that one. I lost $2,000 to blow that one. And I lost $4,500 to blow that one. So right there, you're looking at like $8,500 in losses. But then again, on another trade, if it's a pro account or what have you, you could get one good trade, works for you fine, and then all of a sudden you're actually still green on the day. Not yet. I want a bigger. Okay, well, Jason, with all due respect, Jason, I'm not quite sure you actually believe in the conclusions that you've reached. Because if your conclusion is, I think we're going to grind and close at the high of the day, then why risk? Then why risk missing out on the trade? Just get in right now. Like, why do you need a bigger pullback? Just get in now. Because what happens if that bigger pullback doesn't happen and you miss the trade completely? You know what I mean? Have you ever? Dude, no. I don't, why would I? No. I've never traded a personal account because personal accounts don't make any sense. Why would I risk my own capital? As somebody that has risked my own capital for years upon years, day trading stocks and options, I can assure you, it is so nice to have the prop firm model. I have the math. The math tells me there's zero reason to ever trade my own funds if I don't have to. Why risk my own funds? No thank you, good sir. But yes, for anybody out there, if your thesis is like, Jason, I think we're going to close at the high of the day, get in right now. Get in right now. It makes zero sense. Like, well, I want to get in right here. Why? What happens if it never comes down there and then it closes at the high of the day? You're going to be so upset at yourself. I can't believe I just wanted it to pull back a little bit more to get in. I should have just gotten in. I was right. It closed at the high of the day. All right, Jason just went long. Now, do you have a stop here, Jason? Now I will say this about Jason. I respect Jason. He's actually put his money where his mouth is. So my annoyance factor comes in when people say all this stuff and then you're like, oh, so you're in? No. Well, you're going to get in? No. It's like, okay, then you're just flapping your lips. But Jason, Nothing but respect. You are not a lip flapper. You put your money where your mouth is. That's good stuff there. True, I'm not a fan of all the rules. You can blow up an account by making too much money. Well, yeah, I mean, I argue the rules are a good thing. Because the rules will focus you to, the rules will force you to focus on managing risk and considering risk. And no, you cannot, at least with Take Profit Trader, who I use, you cannot blow up your account by making too much. Now, other prop firms, I don't know, maybe they have some sort of rule where if you make too much, you blow up an account. Again, I don't know all the prop firms and the rules, but who I use, who I recommend, Take Profit Trader, they definitely do not have a rule like that. But yes, I don't, let me put it this way. You are welcome to go trade your own funds with no rules. Okay? Is it nice to be able to trade with no rules? I suppose in a sense. But is it nice when things go bad and you have no rules to protect yourself from the bad and then things just go bad with your own funds? No. Yeah, again, William, you have clearly never used Take Profit Trader, which again, you're kind of I understand where you're coming from. I don't like those other consistency rules. That's why I think Take Profit Trader is the best. Because in the pro account, there's no consistency rules. Make as much money as you want, and you can request the money that you want. So I think I'm getting the impression you're talking about more like an Apex or something like that has those consistency rules. That does not exist with Take Profit Trader. Now, there is a consistency rule in the test phase, but it's a very basic, easy one. You just can't make more than 50% of your target. So, for example, on the 50K, your target to pass is 3,000. That just means in a single day, you can't make more than 1,500. Now, even if you do, you don't blow the account. They'll just adjust your target. But they're just doing that because during the test phase, they don't want somebody to YOLO, make the whole 3,000 in one trade and say, see, I passed. They're like, well, no, you got to show a little bit more ability than that. But after you pass the test in the pro account, that rule goes away. So there you go. I hear you there, William. That's why, I have a code for Apex. Some people love Apex. I don't really have anything against Apex per se, but I would never tell a beginner prop firm trader to go to Apex just because there are a lot of rules. There are a lot of things you have to consider, which is kind of what William's getting at. But yes, that is why I recommend Take Profit Trader to those that are beginners to the prop firm space, just because they do have a clean set of rules, including no consistency rule. Sean Boy, yeah, TPT hands down the best. Agreed. Yeah, Sean Boy, that's the problem. The problem there is, and where I disagree, people shop for prop firms based on price. They don't shop for prop firms based on rules and payout policy. Sure, maybe there's a prop firm out there, 50 cents to buy a $400,000 account for 50 cents. But behind the scenes, there's a million rules. They have a really crusty payout policy. Okay, yeah, have fun trying to get a payout. So, like I said, I am on team. Do not shop for a prop firm based on price. Shop for a prop firm based on rules and payout policy, to which I would argue Take Profit Trader has some very good ones. Okay, getting spicy here. Well, that trendline break there from a scalpy scalp perspective did actually work out. I don't know how I didn't. I don't even remember seeing this. I think I must have been very focused on talking about something else because I don't remember even witnessing it. I was watching it, but I don't think my eyes comprehended what I was watching. Okay, Jason, so you are a total lip flapper then. Again, I applaud you for your transparency, but good grief, dude. You clearly did not believe that we're going to grind up higher to close the day when you jumped into a log and we're out like 4 minutes later. Again, shout out, respect. I'm glad you're transparent in that regard, but will you at least fess up like, okay, Clay, yes, I was flapping my lips a little bit. I didn't actually believe in anything I said. TPT and Lucid, yeah, yep. That's funny. I believe we're going to grind higher and close at the end of the day. I'm long. Well, the end of the day is still like 6 hours from now. No, I'm out. It was a 3-minute trade. I do believe it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You definitely don't believe it. This is one of the areas of life where it's so easy to prove what people actually believe versus not believe. People that believe in their statements are going to put money where their mouth is. Like if there is ever a time to be able to tell somebody, no, you don't believe it, and I have proof that this would be the easy proof. Well, are you in the trade? Well, no. Well, then you clearly don't believe it. I can't. Who cares if you can't watch it all day? Put a stop in. But I mean, if you think it's going to grind higher, then put a stop in and go work and come back and collect your green at the end of the day when it's up at the highs. Elusive on Take Profit Trader. The buffer is whatever the drawdown was on the test account. That's the buffer on the pro accounts. Again, elusive, whatever the drawdown was during the test phase, that number becomes the buffer on the pro account. Because it will chop. Well, then put your stop loss at a spot that's, not going to get chopped out. This is what I think, Jason. Maybe I'm wrong. I just think you're bored, and I just think, I'm gonna throw out a guess. I think we're gonna grind higher and higher. But deep down, it's just a guess. You're just bored. You're just having a little bit of fun. You maybe want to try to set yourself up to look really smart. So I'm just gonna, I think we're gonna grind. Okay, fair enough. But I think that's what you're doing. Well, I mean, yeah, but yours is just like a guess. Because for you to call where you think the price is going to be like 6 hours from now, that's a pretty big guess. As in like a coin flip of a guess, right? However, if you're like, okay, I'm going to make a guess what I think where the price is going to be in the next like 3 minutes. Yes, still a guess, but a way more nuanced guess that has a higher likelihood. Well, okay, you have reasons, Jason. The point is this, Jason, and this is irrefutable. You don't actually believe in your reasons or your guess. Irrefutable. Because you were in a trade for like 4 minutes and then you hopped out. Like I said, this is one of the great black and white areas of life. Where if somebody, do they actually believe in their reasons? Do they actually believe in what they say? Because all you got to do is ask them, so you're in the trade? And then there you go. That reveals a whole lot about their beliefs. Or let me put it, their true beliefs. Do you truly believe in what you're saying? Do you truly believe in the reasons you have? Like when I truly believe that I have an edge, or I truly believe I could make some money, I'm definitely putting on a trade, right? Right now, I'm thinking it might want to go down, but I obviously I don't have any I don't believe that per se, because notice I'm not in a trade, right? But yes, it is. It's fine. It's fun. Okay, where does everybody think we're going to close at the end of the day? 6 hours from now. Yeah, okay. But let's also shoot straight. Nobody has any idea where we're going to be 6 hours from now. Now, the 5 minute here is looking pretty interesting, because if this thing pulls back more, look at all this stuff. We got the orange line here is a previous session close. I like that. For some reason, it seems like the futures market kind of can care about it. We have the VWAP in there. We have the pink line in there, the 200 period moving average. We have the purple line, the 50 period moving average. Does that mean that there's going to be a bounce here? No, of course not. There are no guarantees. But good grief, is it reasonable to think that it could find some buyers, some support around this area? In my opinion, yes. We're closing at 3K today. At 3K, oh, so we're dropping 21,000 points? Is that what you're saying, JJ? Okay. What is that level? 52. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Okay, I'm taking this. I'm gonna try a long here. Now, if this thing just plummets, this will be a losing trade. But I'm gonna take a swing at it here. This is based off of both the 2 minute and the 5 minute. 30K. Okay. And if you're to say, man, I'm loaded to the gills long, I'd say, man, you really believe that. The house is, yeah, my wife last night was What are we gonna put on the ceiling? I don't know. The ceiling. I never thought about it. I don't know. What do you mean? What are we gonna put on the ceiling? Well, are we doing drywall or something else? Well, there's something. I don't know. But no, we have. It's still only February here in Iowa, so weather can still be squirrely. Right now, though, it's crazy. It's gonna be like 60s this week, which I'm not complaining about. Jason, that first off, congratulations. All that stuff is fantastic. But on the same time, that is completely irrelevant to the point that I'm making. The only point I'm trying to make with you, buddy, is you clearly do not believe the reasons of why you think the price is going to close at the high of the day. And my proof that you don't believe in those reasons, you don't truly believe in those reasons, is the fact you don't even have a trade on. That's all I'm getting at. But again, congratulations. What you just said, fantastic. That's awesome. Well done, sir. Completely irrelevant, though, to the topic of conversation. Yeah, that's what she was saying, Curtis. Do we want to do shiplap? But I think we're doing shiplap on the walls, or some of the walls, or something like that. I don't know. I just want to play outside. I mean, that's what I'm excited about. The acreage and the creek and the woods. Well, did not come down far enough. So what did that look like on the 5-minute? It's a blessing and a curse. But look at that orange line. So it's actually kind of the double whammy of the previous session close and the VWAP. That's where it shows the bounce. I decided, well, maybe it wants to come down a little bit more. So, yeah, sometimes when you have so many areas, you just don't quite know which one to choose. Okay, do we get a rejection here? 91. Okay, short. Put a couple of targets down there. Stop is right there. Give it a little bit more room. Uh-oh, maybe I shouldn't have given it more room. All right, stopped out. All right, that one did not work. Can we get another YouTube? No, I don't think so. No. YouTube's hard, man. We're going for the old farmhouse look. Like old farm, not modern farmhouse, but like old farmhouse. That's what my wife would like. Oh yeah, thanks, Mike. Yeah, we're going for 400 likes today. We do need to be at 100 likes by the 1 hour mark, which I think will be possible. We still need 21 likes in the next 17 minutes. So yes, I do use likes as a metric of interest, and my logic is very simple. I would like to spend, wow, I'm glad I stopped out. But yeah, I'd like to stop, or I'd like to manage my time and only use it when people are interested in what I'm doing. But I don't know any other way to gauge interest other than the like button here with the live stream. So, and I've learned over the course of time now that if people are enjoying, then it should really be no problem to get up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. So if it doesn't happen, that's fine. I'll just take that as a metric of people are not interested, and we'll just make it a 1 hour live stream. But yeah, if you are enjoying, hit that like button, and as long as we're up over 100, then I'll take that as a sign that people are still interested. So it doesn't feel like a wasted time at that point. Oh yeah, no, I mean, there's a channel for everything for sure. It's just, I mean, I suppose never say never, but as of right now, there's no, there's no like homesteading channel that we have. But yeah, maybe Clay Trader Homestead. But then you have to edit. There's a lot of stuff that goes on behind the scenes. All right, there we go. All right, we're up over 100, onwards and upwards. Let's keep grinding, folks. I feel like I'm in the CIA now. Huh? Yeah, Mintmont, we met with the trim guy, and the trim guy introduced. It's like drugs or something. Like, all right, this is my supplier. Your supplier, yeah, of cabinets. Oh, okay, sorry about that. But everybody's got their supply. So yeah, we're doing all that sort of stuff. My wife's she was up, a couple hours last night when all the kids went to bed. Finally able to devote some brain power to that sort of stuff. Tyler, man, have you ever traded NQ, Tyler? I'm starting to think Tyler is like in the gold cult. Like he does not, he believes it is wrong to trade something other than GC. Tyler, are you in the gold cult? Be honest. We're here to help. No, we're not doing any stucco. Okay, well, Tyler, that was not my question. I didn't ask how it was moving. I'm asking, are you in the gold cult, Tyler? Don't try to change the subject on me. Well, again, I just disagree with that premise. If your premise is, Jason, you know where the price is, or you think you have good reasons of why the price will be much higher than where it is several hours from now, put on a trade, throw in a stop, and then go on with your day. Come back. It's the crack puppy's cousin, so geez. Okay, Tyler. I think the answer here is yes. That you are, yes, I am in the gold cult. All I will ever trade is gold because I am like a gold bug. I invest in gold. I love precious metals. Gold, 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 gold. Is that you, Tyler? Well, is this the new range? The market loves to stop trades. You know this. No, I disagree with that whole premise. As if the market is like actively seeking out stops. Like, oh, there's a stop. Let's go get it. No. I've been in way too many trades over the years where if that was the case, I don't know how I didn't get stopped out. Even we've had some trades here on the live stream where like I'm as close can get to being stopped out. And I think we've all been there before. We're like, oh man, I'm out. I'm going to get stopped out. And then all of a sudden, not only do we not get stopped out, we actually have a winning trade on it. But why? Why? The market was so close to my stop. Why did the market not just hunt my stop for a second? You know? That whole stop loss hunting thing is built on a confirmation bias. Your bias is the market hunts stops. So when you get stopped out, that confirms your bias. See? But when you get really close to getting stopped out but never get stopped out and then it goes in your favor, because that does not confirm your bias, your mind just discards it. And like you kind of like forget about it. You don't factor that in. Hey, Ben. So no, I will respectfully disagree that I know that the market loves to hit. No. I think you like to try to change the topic. Once again, what does my desire to debate have anything to do with what we were just talking about? You know what I mean, Jason? You're kind of like, are you and Tyler brothers? I don't think Tyler. Tyler, are you in the gold cult? That's all I'm asking. And Tyler keeps talking about all this other stuff. I'm waiting for him to be like, I like Butterfingers. Okay, oh, thank you, Tyler. I'm glad you like Butterfingers. Me too. But what does that have to do with, are you in the gold cult? Have you ever, let me ask you this, Tyler. Have you ever traded anything else? Compare NQ and gold movement today. It isn't close. And no, that's not me. Just treated me well. Again, yes, you are not answering the question. Fair. Fair enough, Jay. Yeah. Good point, Jason. Yeah. I will concede. Okay, fine. Gold is moving better than NQ today. Fine. That's irrelevant. Have you ever traded anything else? Or do you just trade gold no matter what? That's all I'm asking, Tyler. This does not need to be this difficult. Where did you say no, that's not me? Oh, compare NQ movement. It isn't close. And no, that's not me. Okay, well, yeah, a little vague, but fair enough. In hindsight, I can see how maybe that was referring to it. There we go. Oh, everything can be fixed with logic, Todd. Everything can be fixed. That's why the laws of logic are amazing. Maybe not fixed, but understood. Maybe that's a better word. No, you're fine, Tyler. And I'm just busting your chops a little bit just because I know the name. So just giving you a hard time. I'm hoping Mr. Medic is back. He got really upset yesterday. He that was rough yesterday. You're making gambler comments. Wait, what? Yes. I did make a couple of comments yesterday that were like, okay, I was kind of rubbing salt in the wounds to people that maybe got fooled. So that wasn't good. I apologize for that, but I'm still confused on how those were gambler comments. So maybe Mr. Medic will be back. I don't know, but I don't think so. I think he seemed very, very perturbed by all that. I'm trying to think. I don't know. Am I missing an obvious trend line here? Like, am I being a total baboon? Let's see. No, that's kind of already pushed through that. So yeah, from that angle, I mean, people that did have that trend line, which I'm not going to call crazy. I mean, that makes sense. They're in a very nasty situation because it did break right here, and I could see this taking people out. People that bought that trend line, that next candle there, knocking them out. Then to see it start to head back up. Whew. How many views should I have? Hands rising. Honest question. Yeah, I have a lot of subscribers that I built over 13 years. How many of them still are in the markets? I don't know. But like how many viewers should I have with that? I mean, I don't know. 300 viewers seems like a respectable amount. Thank you, Tyler. Nothing is foolproof to a sufficiently talented fool. Yeah. Makes sense. I mean, it's a fair point. But I think, I don't know. Sometimes I get kind of discouraged with the algorithm when people show up and they're like, "Hey man, you're live streaming? I've been a subscriber for years." I'm like, "What do you mean you're just now discovering I'm live streaming? I've been live streaming for months now." So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's fair enough, Ty. Yeah, and I kind of have mixed emotions about it too. Just because I've challenged myself, I want to see if I can get this to 1,000 viewers. If that ever happens, I don't know. But at the same time, if it doesn't, then yeah, you do kind of keep a little tight knit thing. Hey, thank you, Betty. I appreciate that. This is very, very tricky right now. If we just put her, so what makes you that? Well, let's just for a second say that, okay, we're longs, we put that trend line in. That trend line, nothing wrong with it at all. In fact, a very, very valid trend line. So like, all right, look, and we can also, if it breaks the trend line, it's also breaking the overnight high. So right there, boom, okay, in. Let's see that breakout. Let's go. Whoa! So it broke out, dropped all the way down here, which could have probably maybe knocked some people out. drops down even more, then all of a sudden turns around. Green. Here we go. Breakout new highs right here. And then drops all the way back down. And now all of a sudden, after dropping all the way back down, is going straight back up. Like, this is just, ew. That is about as brutal of a trendline break as you can get. I think Monday. I'm going with Monday. Monday is the 1 year anniversary of the live stream. Is there a way to push notify subscribers about? I don't know. It seems like it is the start of a bearish market. On what time frame, user? I mean, right now, that seems like kind of a silly statement to say that it looks like the start of a bearish market as a huge green candle is forming. But to be fair to you, I don't know. Maybe are you talking about from like a daily standpoint? Because right now, this is a 2-minute time frame. So, oh, there's Jimbo. Haven't seen anything, but is Monday a non-trading? Monday markets are open. They're open until 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern, and I will be streaming the open on Monday. So Monday, if you want to hang out, I think I'll start up the stream at 9:15 a.m. Eastern, and we'll go to the close, which is at 1 p.m. Eastern. I'm looking at the midterm. Okay, well, how do you define midterm? Like, what time frame are you using for the midterm? I kind of like this as a long. In fact, so much so that I'm gonna take a swing at it. Okay, looking to get long at the green line. That would be clearing through this high. Oh, now it dropped back down. It goes. I don't know. I was going to say buy a back test of this trend line, but in all actuality, I'm just going to get this trend line out of here. It doesn't really seem like there's any rhyme or reason to the trend line. No, Monday is not closed. We are day trading futures here. The futures market is open. The stock market is closed, but we are not talking about the stock market. Neil, I think he was traveling for work on Wednesday. Yeah, he's going somewhere on his private jet, I think. All right. If this drops down here, I'm going to move my entry down to right here. I'm going to do it already. Okay, so now I'm not technically waiting for confirmation per se, the break, but if I can get fit somewhere up around here. If that green line turns blue, I am long. Fun market this morning, like most days, probably depends on who you asked. Okay, I'm in. Long. Push. Getting long at the blue line. Do I add another 5 if it comes back up? That would be looking pretty juicy. Yep, I'm adding another 5. So adding to a winner technically. Okay, in. Go, 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 go. This looks so beautiful. Push. Push some more. I'll take that. There we go. There we go, brother. Probably gonna, yep. Already regretting it. You gonna have a water source at your homestead? Yeah, there's a big creek that goes through it. So. If this drops down, I will be interested in another long. Again, if it drops down below the overnight high and then starts to come back up, I'll probably take a swing at it again. Is it bad to omit? I mean, hard to say. Self-made, so hard to say. Hey, trucking. Does anybody take that long? And are you still in? I don't. You're not crazy. I should probably still be in, but given that I added, I'm like, okay, I kind of need more follow through, and it did give me more follow through, so I took it out and happy with it. Greg's in. You're in or you're still in, Greg? Took it and got out. All right. Bramos. Fade for a scalp 2. Hoover out. 1 but out. All right. So a lot of people just scalp. So it looks like we're all baboons. Except Greg. Greg's still holding. The rest of us. Oh. Switch kill. Not a baboon. Cascade. Not a baboon. All right. Well. Me. Bramos. Fade. Hoover. We are whatever a tribe of baboons is. That's what we are right now. Again, the power of independent thinking. Good job, everybody. Even if you took it as a scalp, good job. As long as you just didn't do it at scalp because I said I was doing a scalp, right? That's not independent thinking. That's you just being a blind sheep. That's not sustainable. A troop, that's right. There we go. Jason is not only very transparent, he also is self-aware that he knows he's a baboon. Good. Dang it. Good job. Congrats. The power of independent thinking to those of you that were like, no, Clay, I'm holding. Congrats. Oh, it stopped you out? Well, you had a pretty tight stop there then, didn't you, Hoover? I have too many paper cuts today. Yeah, I hear you. Just got out. Good trade, Connor. Gotta think. And even this candle right here, I can see bringing in some shorts. That was a pretty nasty candle. So like anybody here that maybe did get short after this candle formed, I'm not calling you crazy at all. I can see it. But then for like after this candle, for this then straight back up, man, it's tricky out there today. It is tricky out there, so. I have to sit on my hands again today, added another test today, and it's... Well, Todd, you're one step ahead of me. I was like, well, I mean, if you're doing the racehorse model, you could always get another one going, but you were one step ahead of me, and you already got it maxed out. Fantastic, Todd. Good job. I'm not saying you should do this, but just something to consider. If it seems like you really are in a groove right now, does it make sense to get another horse in training? Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. That's up to you, and depending on how much of a groove you seem to feel that you're in, but... you know, like the saying goes, make hay while it's hailing outside, right? 2 birds in the bush is better than 15 in your head, you know? 1 dozen of 3 is 4 dozen of 6 others, you know? Just those classic sayings. Yeah, they're very wise. They're wise words for sure. I am interested in a long down around this area here. In fact, yeah, if I'm going to just take a swing at it without, I'm going to just go. Reminder, on a day like today, you don't need huge size. It adds up relatively quickly. So just keep that in mind. It's moving. It is moving today. So just... The mornings have been really good this week. Fantastic, Todd. Obviously, do what you think is best, but some days feel like they're pulling teeth. And if you're having a day where it does not feel like pulling teeth, you're in the groove, you're crushing it. I don't know, maybe, like I said, keep on striking while that iron's hot. Love that play you just put in. Well, yeah, we'll see. We'll see how it works. If it works. Looking to get long at the green line. Yeah, risking about 9 points on it. So basically, it either bounces off of the EMA. I'll give it a little bit of wiggle room, or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then it will be a losing trade. But yeah, looking to get long at the green line. Stop is the red line. A tribe of baboons is called a troop. Did you not, Bill, did you not, is that not a gorilla? That looks like a gorilla to me. Hey, good morning, Octo. Good morning, Cam. Again, right now, trying to be patient. See if the price wants to come down to this green line where I have my long, risking about 9 points on it. Red line is my stop. Okay. If there is a deep, huge flush, well, then it'll be a very short-lived trade, and it will be a losing trade. Noted. Thank you, Hoover. Wait, do we have a rising wedge here? Ooh. Kind of, sort. Maybe? All right, well, there is the pullback I was looking for. So think about it. That is why broad statement trading is just not good. Broadly speaking, I was correct. Right? Broadly speaking, I could have said, hey, I think this is going to pull back and bounce. Look, I was right. It pulled back and bounced. But notice I'm not making any money from it. Why? Well, because trading is nuanced. Within the nuance, I did not quite pick the right entry point. Therefore, while I was right from the broad point, no money was made. And I bring that up because as a newer trader, people think that's actually good practice, where they just make broad statements. So like a newer trader says, okay, I think this is going to pull back and then bounce. Okay, there's a pullback. It bounced. I was right. Man, I would have made money. No, that's not true. You are deceiving yourself as a new trader. If only it were that easy. Hey, I am from India. Can you please advise me if Dow Jones at 5,000 as our market dependent on yours? Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea if we're gonna. I don't know the future. So yeah, I have no idea if the Dow is gonna close at 50,000. I'm just trying. I mean, I'm a day trader. I'm trying to figure out where the price is gonna go in the next like 5 minutes. I'm not really too concerned about where the Dow Jones is gonna close. It's going up, so it doesn't necessarily hit SMA. I'm not quite sure what that is. Doofus? I don't recognize the name, so welcome. Good to have you. I'm not quite sure what you're getting at there, but thank you for chiming in. I appreciate it. The more participation, the better. Making money is more important than being right. Ooh, that's a deep philosophical. At surface, fair enough. I know what you're saying, but I think you've left some openness to nitpicking. Because what happens if I define being right? What happens if I define right as good habits? Like, it is right to have good habits. Then that statement becomes not true all of a sudden. Because I argue the habits are the most important thing, which is why don't ever, if you want to just send me off my rocker, show up and be like, man, I only made $50 today. What do you mean you only made $50? Was it with good habits? Well, yeah, it was good. Well, then fantastic. Whereas the person that shows up and's like, man, I made $500 today. Was it with good habits? No, man, I was a total degenerate. Like, I was making it up. It was, and it's like, okay, well, I'll take the guy that made $50 with good habits over the guy that made $500 with bad habits. Okay, I will be there with, please update me while I need your markets to close on high levels. Okay, I'll see what I can do, but unfortunately, I'm a mere mortal. I can't really say I have much sway over where the Dow Jones is going to close. Again, Cam, I'm halfway poking fun just for sake of conversation. I know what you're saying, and I agree. On the left, you can see in the current uptrend, it only hit the SMA once really before going up. Gotcha. I mean, neither of us are wrong. We're just, we're just reframing what each of us are saying to prove a point. So both our points are right. Clay, you speak very well, very articulate. Oh, I realize the irony in there. You speak very well. As I stumble over the word you're very articulate. Again, I get it. I'm aware of the comedic irony in that. Yeah, I guess it depends on how you define a lot. But yeah, I've read some. I've read like Lord of the Rings and stuff. Oh no, I'm not even gonna try that one, Octo. That's got tongue twister written all over it. I'll be back. Hey, Kit or Faye? Hello? Oh, can you go ask Faye if she sprayed the meat? Thank you. Green one is the 21 EMA. I'm so excited for tonight. I got the pork shoulder on smoking. We're doing a burrito buffet. So the main filler is going to be the pulled pork, but we got all sorts of thin stuff that you can. So Chipotle, sit down. Sit down. But anyways, the meat's supposed to be sprayed every hour, and Faye is on spraying duty. But the problem is when you have 6 kids and you hear somebody shuffling outside, like you can't just say like the name because you don't know who it is. So I've learned I just say hello, and they're like, hi. I'm like, okay, now I know who you are. Chipotle. Oh, you must be a dad with that one. Holy smokes, that's terrible. I mean, that was good, but that was terrible at the same time. Nice to have a brisket out for the weekend. Nice. The market was never bearish. It was and still is bullish. The big move is just liquidity sweep. Why? Why does that tribe feel the need to talk uncertainties like that? As if things can be predicted. Oh, Charles. It's a shame. That's why I can't stand that tribe. And it makes sense because the cult leader has that same bravado. Like, that's just like thinking that certainties exist. And then his cult members just carry themselves in the same way, which is it's so obnoxious because it's just, to anybody that understands how the market works, they're just like, so thank you, Charles. Because they don't sound like a literal, they are a cult. It's literally a cult. Like he brainwashes people into, I mean, what he does. And here's how you can tell. Like, here's how I know that I train my people better than what he trains his people. Because my people know to say the market was never bearish. My people would know to clarify, well, what market? Like, what, in other words, what time frame are we talking about? Are you telling me that the market was not bearish right here? Or right here? Well, Clay, that's only a 2-minute time frame. Yes, exactly. That's my point. There is nuance, which is why you should clarify what nuance you're talking about. You don't just show up and say, like, the market. Like, what does that even mean? Well, he clearly means the daily time frame. Yeah, what happens if we open up a weekly time frame? Then what? You know what I mean? Like, the mere fact that his cult members don't even know how to speak and like communicate, aka with context, it's just like they're getting anyways, I'm not gonna. Anyways, you do you, Charles. You do you. Well, gold continues to creep up higher and higher. Was up almost 1,500 points not long ago. Gotta love. I don't know when just calling something what happened, like a fake breakout or a fake breakdown, I mean, I know why, because he's a cult member and I'll give him, he's good at the marketing department. Liquidity sweep does sound way cooler than just a fake breakdown. Like, right, a level breaks down, but it's actually not a real breakdown, hence fake, and then it goes back up. But yeah, I guess just calling things what they literally are, a fake breakdown or a fake breakout, doesn't sound as good as a liquidity sweep. Hey, Clay, did having kids mold you into becoming a... No, I don't think so. Because I think, yeah, having kids, I don't know if... I would say that we as dads need to make the choice on if we're going to be a good dad or not. Because unfortunately, just because people have kids, that doesn't mean that they become a good dad. But maybe I'm not understanding your question. Yeah, I mean, Octo, honestly, that's the cleverness of literally like an elementary student. And I say that, well, I mean, it's a, like I said, I say this with all due respect, but a very not clever joke, given that in elementary school art class, okay, next week we're gonna play with clay, we're gonna mold some clay, and everybody would look at me like, ha ha ha. So like, I mean, come on, dude. Like you're surely you're more clever than a second grader. Come on, brother. No. That's what it sometimes does, Cam. Hindsight confirmation bias. To be fair, that's literally what it does when it breaks a pivot high-low. You can see all the liquidity get swept. Stops triggered by... Well then, gee, so it happens every time? That is a hindsight confirmation bias. You're told something's a liquidity sweep. When it... Okay. So what did you say? So like one of these pivot highs, pivot lows. I don't know how you define these, but whatever. Like, well, what happens with one of those pivot highs, pivot lows breaks? It just keeps dropping. Yeah, right. So it breaks below a level, but it's not a real breakdown. It's a fake breakdown, and then it goes back up. Yes. Back in the day, those are just called fake breakouts or fake breakdowns. Yeah, it's his whole system is based on hindsight confirmation bias, right? He presents all these things, and whether he's aware of that's what he's using in his cult-like building, but he presents these things, and then when it happens, they're like, "Oh, see?" It's like, well, yeah, but what about all the times it didn't happen? But they forget about those. People like to make drama and rocket science where there is none. Well said. Well said. Hey, Gator, congrats, man. I'm 3,600 above my funded buffer today. That is fantastic, man. I don't know if that gets you back to the net overall green in terms of the accounts you've roasted along the way, but hey, man, I gotta think that's taking a chunk out of it. Congrats, that's a great, good stuff. It doesn't mean. Okay. I feel like I'm not understanding. So you're saying the first time the price comes down here and does this, you're saying because it's the first time, this right here. Again, I don't want to misrepresent you. That's why I'm asking. You're saying this right here, this movement right here is not. What did you say? It's not a falsy break. You would not consider that a false break. Or in other words, a fake break. You would not consider that because it's the first time? That is a false break when it breaks back in. Right, that's what I'm talking about. That's why since when did these become called liquidity sweeps? That's just a fake breakdown. right? It broke down through a significant level for a little bit, but it was not true. It was false. Therefore, it was fake. And then it went back up, right? But again, calling that a fake breakdown, I guess, does not have as much of a marketing appeal as liquidity sweep. Again, I don't like I push back on they're grabbing liquidity. Who's grabbing liquidity? Nobody's grabbing liquidity. It's just the price went down, it broke, and there just happened to be more demand down there. People sold. The demand absorbed. The sellers ran out of fuel, and then the demand took back over. That's it. It's supply and demand. But to think that, okay, well, there's some magical, mystical thing that's going down there to grab liquidity. No, the market mechanic is always searching out liquidity. It's searching out demand, right? That's all an auction is. The guy on stage is trying to figure out where the liquidity is at. And if nobody wants to, hit the offer, well, then he's got to start lowering until somebody finally buys at the bid. Yes, I realize. Anyways. What is it called when people make comments? That would be called rage baiting, from my understanding. But I don't think anybody's doing that. I think everybody's being... like I said, I don't have a perfect read on the rage baiting, but I don't think anybody's rage baiting right now. I think everybody's being genuine in their comments. Hey, thank you, Low Dots. I appreciate that. Very much so. Oh boy, Rick. Rick had some Taco Bell last night or something. So this white line is the high of the day. Are we about to push to the high? Maybe. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but I did just delete your message. Please keep that prop firm's name out of here. Please. I do not, and I don't. Just let's not talk about that one. That one is disgusting. Hey, Signature Trading. Hey, Clay, to pass the eval, you have to make 1,500. Right here. You're asking about the 50K, and the 50K got to make 3,000. But there is the 50% rule, meaning during the test phase, you're only allowed in a single day to make 50% of that. So in a single day, again, only during the test phase, you can only make $1,500, right? Because that's 50% of that amount. That is because they want to prevent people from, YOLOing, going all in, and then just getting lucky and saying, see, I passed. But again, after you pass the test, that rule goes away. Captain Crunch, yeah, exactly. That's like an HR matter. I don't know why anyone would trade stocks 2K a day for them is a good day. Yeah, no, Marcin, we're on the full board there. As a former stock and options trader, man, day trading futures through a prop firm is so much better. And the cool thing is it's mathematically verifiable too. Like I can make the argument from strictly math, which ultimately is just logic, right? Math is just logic. Math helps us organize, and that's what logic is. Which is why Pam's plant is an undefeated argument. Yeah, the 75K, yeah. I'm not going to say I love the 75K, but if you're using it, it doesn't boggle my mind like it used to. I was at a phase, and I talked about this on the live stream, where I was like, I just don't quite understand the 75. But I can see it. Again, am I going to be like all for it? No, I don't think so. But does it boggle the mind? Here's one of the greatest words in the English language, by the way. Does it befuddle me like it used to? It does not. I'm not nearly as befuddled as what I once was. I'm telling you right now, if you want to win over a room, use the word, figure out a way to use the word befuddle. You will win that room. In fact, here's a homework assignment for everybody that's here. Monday, I expect you all to come back and share with me the context and where you use the word befuddle to win a room. Right now is well, we learned that a couple days ago that consolidation is actually called negotiating. So in other words, right now, I guess the price is negotiating. So consolidation, some call it negotiating, which sounds so amazing. That sounds so much better than consolidating. And again, in the spirit of renaming everything to make it sound cool, dude, that sounds legit. Now, I'm not saying to use it here, you dense. I'm saying in your real life, especially if you're like at a social gathering. Oh, nice job, M. Christopher. You're good. You're good. That was well played, but okay, maybe. Okay, so right here, potentially a short. We have long upper shadow, long upper shadow. Upper shadows require sellers. Does that mean there's still sellers here? Not necessarily, but could be a chance. If I get short here at 10, that's a 25-point stop, folks. I'm not going to take a 25-point stop. Let's see if it wants to come up here a little bit more. Like your common sense. Yeah, I mean, I call it the KISS method. When people ask, what's your strategy? The KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I am a baboon. I'm not smart. I have to keep it simple. I like some candlesticks. I like some moving averages. I like some trend lines. The VWAP's nice too. But I swear, some people, man, they use some really cool sounding words and terminology. I don't know what they're saying, but they sound smart. And nothing against them. If that system works for them, if gamma exposure works, man, dude, you are so much smarter than me. But I am literally a baboon. Like you all right now are at the zoo, and the screen that you're watching is like the glass at the zoo. And on the other side of that glass, you are watching a baboon trade. Up first, then down. Yep. What would you prefer when you have the money? Oh, futures. And even if you have the money, futures in a prop firm. Like, why? It doesn't make it. You are not going to generate the ROIs that you can generate with a prop firm. Like prop firm trading, you can generate ROIs in the thousands upon thousands upon thousands, like scam-like ROIs. Which I understand why people would think they're a scam. Why when someone's like, oh man, yeah, on this account, I'm at like a 4,000% ROI in the past month. Like that sounds like a total scam. But based on how prop firms are structured and all that, it's not. So yes, even if you have the money, day trade futures, assuming you want to be a day trade futures through a prop firm. That's what the math suggests makes the most sense. Specifically that ROI calculation. Market sustaining on EMA, good sign for breakout. I don't know. Like I said, I'm more short buys. Oh, it came back up. There we go. Let's see. If it comes down here, 30 up to. Okay, yeah, I can do that. I'll do 10 points on it. I'll risk 10 points. Okay. If it wants to come down here. Okay, never mind. Now that's not a 10-point stop. All right, well, if this is going to be a true breakout, then I'm glad I waited for confirmation. Stocks are garbage, but you post stock picks. Yeah, mad. Because I'm an evil businessman. That's called a funnel that I've created, a sales funnel. Go research on sales funnels, and maybe you'll see where those top 10 stock lists, how I've actually structured, what the business purpose of those are. Here's a hint. It's to get people to get to the live stream. There's a little hint. There's your business 101 lesson, Mad. Great question, Troy. As many as you want, which is the beautiful thing, because every test that you pass, you can just store. So if we use the racehorse model as in the analogy, so your pro accounts are racehorses. Test accounts are just horses that you're trying to turn into racehorses. So yes, you can only actively have 5 racehorses, but you can constantly be training new horses and then store them in the stable. You can have as many in the stable as you want at no extra charge. The racehorse model does not work with all prop firms because a lot of prop firms, they charge you monthly. To have an account, they'll charge you monthly. Not so with Take Profit Trader. After you pass the test phase, so after you turn the horse into a racehorse, there are no more monthly fees. You don't have to activate it. You can just let it sit there. So as many as you want, Troy. Good question. Going to open an account next week, prop, once it's pro. Going to open another account just to YOLO silver. Well, there you go. Yes. If you're going to do silver, I mean, definitely don't do silver with your own money. But if you're just looking to have fun with silver, looking to have a little bit of skin in the game, and looking for an adrenaline surge, then yes, silver will deliver for you, Jason, without doubt. All right, I'm liking this candle here. Let's see how this one forms. So next candle, if it can come up here and then come back down, I'm going to grab it for a short. But let's first see how this candle's got about 10 more seconds before it's done moving. So these are 2-minute candles, meaning each one moves for 2 minutes, and that's what that countdown timer is doing. So when that hits 0, a new candle will start to form. Okay, good. Come up and then come back down, and I'll look for a short. No. Up first, not down right away. If you are enjoying, again, hit that like button. We are going for 400 likes today. There's something in my bones that makes me think we can do it. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form and have not yet hit that like button, if you don't mind doing that, it may not seem like it's making a difference because it's such a simple little click, but it is actually making a pretty big difference. Maybe we can get a bit of a short squeeze here in the likes. All right, well, now my setup is messed up because I don't, like I said, per my requirements, I wanted to see it first come up and then down, but it did the opposite. It went down and now it's coming back up. So it's essentially doing the exact opposite of what I wanted to happen in my little ideal world of unicorns and butterflies and Sour Patch Kids. By the way, just non-sponsored, for any of you that do like to smoke, this was the game-changing thing for me. Because smoking, you can't really go by times. You got to go by temperatures. But right here. Good. These sites and all their pop-ups. Right here. Now, wait for they're on sale. They go on sale all the time. But meter. Right here. Meter. And then these. Oh, man. Game change. You got the app. You can watch it. But these really, not that I'm still not saying I'm a great on the smoker, but like those made a huge difference for me. But again, don't pay those full prices. They're usually on sale, and I think I got mine for like, I don't know, 75 or something like that. I've been waking up at 5 a.m. just to trade the open. It's brutal. Oh, where you live? 5 a.m. Where do you live that you have to be up at 5 a.m.? Because the open's at 9:30. So even if you were on the Pacific, 9:30 is 6:30 for Pacific. Yeah, West Coast. Well, why you got to wake up at 5? The open's at 6:30 for you. Oh, see? So here's an example because market prep. What are you prepping? What are you trading, Marcin? What are you trading? What do you need market? Like, I understand if you were trading stocks and you got to wake up that early to run all your scans to find what stocks are moving, blah 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 blah. But man, that's kind of the beautiful thing about futures is you don't have to do any scanning. You know what you're going to trade every day because every day the same things produce many opportunities. All right, maybe along here though on the let's see how it behaves with the 21 EMA. So, but what I was saying is just to keep it fully, both sides of the coin. There are many situations where when I put on requirements and these, things that I need to see happen before I take the trade, Doing that saves me from entering into a losing trade. However, there's always two sides every coin. Here, all those requirements prevented me from hopping in what would have been a beautiful trade. So like I said, there's no holy grail. But yes, in this situation, those requirements, prevented me from hopping into what would have been a very nice green trade. But like I said, sometimes though, the requirements prevent me from getting into what would have been a losing trade. Love my pit boss. Yeah. I have a Traeger, but I've heard good things about pit boss too. That's great, but make sure to calibrate them. How do you calibrate them? Man, I've never calibrated. So far we haven't lost any family members, but okay, if this thing comes down here and touches the 21 EMA, that green line, I will be interested in a potential long back up off of it. Bulls need 947 to get back above and hold. If not, big selling again. All right. Appreciate the thoughts, Ace, and I appreciate that IMO at the end. Appreciate you presenting that as, hey, man, this is just my opinion, not as some sort of guaranteed thought. Yoder is the only, maybe. I don't know if I'm sophisticated enough to realize the difference. I like everything I've ever smoked on the Traeger. My wife loves it. The kids eat it all up. Could it be better? I suppose in theory. Do I have a sophisticated enough palate to recognize the difference? Probably not. What's your strategy leading to you almost... newbie, if you watch the on the YouTube channel, I have a live trading playlist, and a lot of those are taken from the morning session. So that might give you a good idea. Hey, River, happy Friday to you. I'll be able to give it to my grandchildren. Yeah. I have, yeah. I know Yoder's pretty beastly. Beastly and wow. Okay. So now right now people like Clay waiting for a confirmation seems like the dumbest thing ever. Because here we go. Another one where I put on those little contingencies. Okay, I first want to see it come down here and then come back up. Well, that cost me another trade. So yes, the theme of this live stream is don't wait for confirmation. But I promise you, if you watch enough, you'll notice that sometimes waiting for confirmation, I've been very pleased with. Clay, I've been trading options on SPY for over a year. I ran across your channel about 2 months ago. I set up my take prop trader user code and I see. That's what it's all about. Right there. That is why I do the live stream. Right there. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't do it to try to prove anything about me as a trader. I really don't care what you think about me as a trader. I do it because I want people to be aware of this, of Pam's plant. In this day and age, there's so much stuff out there that is garbage. There's so many better ways to go about day trading. And this makes me feel good. Clay, I've been trading options on SPY for over a year. Oh, I ran across your channel about 2 months ago. I set up my take profit, which is the prop firm. Use your code. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And I see the wonderful value of futures. I'm excited. That's what it's all about. That's why there's such a good, like, warm and fuzzy feeling that comes with that. But I'm also fully transparent. Do I only do this? Is the live stream only so I can get the warm and fuzzies of a thank you? No, that would be a lie. It is also nice to know that he used code Clay. So think about it. I just got paid to feel warm and fuzzy. I'm all for that. I'm all for getting paid to feel warm and fuzzy because I helped that person out. That's awesome. So that is ultimately the point of the live stream. This is why I don't always really care to engage. Well, you're a terrible trader. Prove this. I don't care. Like, let's just say I'm a terrible trader. That has nothing to do with whether or not what I'm ultimately talking about here, Pam's plant, is a good or bad idea. So Kenny, that is awesome. Thank you so much for sharing that. The win streak continues of former options traders coming back and being like, hey, Clay, thanks for telling me about futures in a prop firm because, man, options truly are garbage compared to what you were suggesting. Warm and fuzzy without 18K. There we go. So awesome, Kenny. Appreciate you sharing that. Makes me feel great. And yes, thank you for using code Clay too. All right. Yep, I'm getting short here. Okay, if that red line turns blue, I'm in. My stop will be at the highs. Let's see if this thing wants to, not necessarily reverse, but pull back a little bit more. There's my first target. Put my next one down there just in case there's some sort of quick drop to the downside. If this is not the top, well then, I'm going to have a losing trade. Antone, green on the day. Good job. Congrats. Oh, there you go, brother. Okay, let's. Hey! Okay, who else talks other languages when you get really good moves? Keep coming down. Keep dropping. You know it's a good trade when it causes you to start to speak other languages. There we go. I'll take it. I'll take it. Give me a 5 if you were speaking other languages on that one. If you grabbed that short and started speaking other languages, give me that 5. I'll probably be the only 5. I will probably be the only 5. I have asked before. Hey, Frank, okay. I have asked before. I spoke Canadian. Thank you. I stopped trading after 11 a.m. and have been green ever since. Cool. Good for you. All right. I used to be the only person that would start to speak in different languages, but I'm glad. I'm glad it's catching on. It's like a virus or something. Hello? Hello? All right. There's some kid up. In fact, that has me scared. Let me check something real quick. Jet? Is Jet up here? Oh, okay. That's fine. I just want to make sure Jet wasn't doing something. Are you still spraying the meat? I did. Okay, good job. Thank you. When you have a 2-year-old and you hear something and you say hello and there's no reply back, for you parents out there, you know, it's like, uh-oh, you might want to check things out. But it was just my daughter. She's listening to an audiobook, so she didn't hear me. So no disasters. Hey, David. Oh, man, Brad, good job. Right here. So, but let me ask you real quick, Brad, did you learn about all this from the stream? Because that's some good stuff right there. That's good ROIs. Hey, Clay, I would like to thank you for your stream. I came to your system I came across your stream about take profit trader trading futures, and I have pulled 6,000 from this one 50K account. That is crazy. That is a wild ROI. Wild ROI. In fact, let's just. Okay, so right here, he bought a 50K account. So 50K account cost him 102. Okay, so that is his investment, right? That is literally his risk is 102. $102. So return on investment, again, investment is just what you're risking. What have you invested in, which is actually a risk, right? And he's, what did he say? Over? And I have $6,000. Okay, and then $6,000. So let's see, what is that ROI? Insane. Insane. Over what period of time, Brad? Look at that. Whoops. Now, why does that seem like a scam? Because a calculation revolves around that right here. The lower you can drive that number, the quicker this adds up. And with prop firms, given your risk, given your investment is only the cost of the account, all it takes is to go on one run. And I mean, you can pay for a lot of roasted accounts. 2 weeks, nobody's going to believe that. I mean, I believe you, but yeah. 57.82 in 2 weeks, that is bonkers. I have blown several accounts on the way. Well, yeah, that's part of it. But I'm assuming you're still quite a bit in the green, even after have blown several accounts. Great job, though, and congrats. All right, I am now no longer interested in any shorts. If anything, I'm interested in a long. Look at all these lower shadows now. I'm up to 5K on, man, love to hear it, Ty. Again, another great ROI there on Ty's part. Was down 400 earlier, up. Good job. Good comeback. To get long or not to get long? That is, I want to make sure. Do we have a rising wedge here at all, or is this thing just nice? No, I don't even see rising wedges. Okay, well, I'll keep a bullish bias for now. You'd have balls to short that channel. I mean, maybe. That's what stop losses are for too. No, that's not a brag. That's just, I mean, that is just why prop firms are crazy. That, in fact, that illustrates how cool prop firms are. Somebody can be like, here are just the numbers. And then the numbers make the person seem like they're bragging because they're just so insane. I'm sitting at, dude, all right, Glock, I'm going to do it right now. You're done with that account. If you want to keep trading, fire up another test account, start training a new horse. But that racehorse has performed very, very well for you today. So, Glock, I'm publicly saying you're done. You're done on that racehorse. But get another one in training. That way, if you want it, you're clearly in a groove. So keep striking while the iron's hot. But just protect those gains now. Maybe wait for it to pull back. I don't know, man. I hear you. But all these candles here make me think it wants to make another push up. But I'm with you though, Ton. It's like, I don't know, but maybe I want more of a pullback. But if you're getting long here, I'm not calling you crazy. We do on the 5 minute though. Just an FYI, there's a pivot up here. So that could present an area of issue from a resistance standpoint. But if you're a scalper, I mean from 70 up to 88, that's still 18 points of wiggle room there. So if you're a scalper that likes 10 points, okay, well, you still got 18 points between those levels. Again, I'm not saying it goes straight up there. I'm just saying overall, that would be an area to keep an eye on. Do I trade evals more? Yeah, generally speaking, yes. With that said, if there is a setup that I really like, and I want to have confidence in that setup, I will go big on a pro account too. I will trade it aggressively because at the end of the day, the risk, the stop loss on the actual, the money that you have at risk out of your pocket, very, very minimal. There it is, right up to, yeah, I don't. That candle there, it's easy in hindsight, like, well, I should have gotten long, yeah, but if I'm being honest with myself, that candle right there kind of killed the vibe. If that one had been another hammer candle with a nice long lower shadow, I could have seen myself taking that candle long. But that candle there, for me at least, killed the vibe. So, yeah, I don't think I really missed out on anything because of that one candle. So, I'm still in the world of ETF. Oh, my goodness. I'm still in the world of ETF 0 DTE. Well, I mean, you definitely have to get out of, yeah. You got to kick theta to the curb, man. Especially 0 DTE. All the racehorse model is this. You're getting accounts and then you pass, because within the prop firm world you have to first pass the test, and then after you pass the test you get your pro account, and the pro account is where money can begin to be made. But all I'm saying is that it's good to always be training new accounts, because what happened to me was I passed an account, but then I started to trade scared. Why was I trading scared? Well, because in my mind I was like, okay, I don't want to blow up this account because then I have to go through the test phase again. So then I tightened up. Whereas if you're working on passing other accounts, you can kill that fear, because now in my mind it's like, okay, obviously I'm not trying to blow this account, but if I do, oh well, I have another pro account waiting for me at that time. So it helped me. But I think it helps a lot of people. I think that's a common thing is you pass your test and then you tighten up. And the tightening up comes from the fact of you really don't want to have to go through the test phase again. So you start trading scared, and scared money doesn't make money. But if you know that even if you do blow the account, you have another one or another two waiting for you, then it helps keep you loose. Or at least it helped keep me loose. The market is going to crash 3:30 p.m. Okay. I bet were you here last week? We had a couple people. I think it was like last Friday. Same thing. It's funny. Oh, I don't know. They created that in 2000s. Yeah, I don't know if it's the same person or not, but that's funny. Yeah, okay. Sounds good. Thank you for the heads up. There's a guy in chat who said he was long at 909. I don't know if he is. I don't know if he is. I hope so. Yeah. So the key, though, with the racehorse model, it doesn't work at all at prop firms because some prop firms, they'll charge you per month. Even if you pass an account or pass tests, just because you have that account, they'll still charge you a monthly fee. But with Take Profit Trader, they don't charge you any monthly fees. After you pass, which is why I always say, make it your goal to pass within 1 month. After you pass, you don't have to activate the account. The account can just sit there. So within the analogy, it can sit in the stable at no charge. And then if a racehorse dies, hey, you know what? You can grab out the racehorse from the stable, plug it in, and you still have a racehorse, still have a pro account. But in order to make all that happen, even while you have your racehorse, you should be working on training new horses, aka passing more tests. So there's multiple things going on. You do actively have pro accounts or an account, however you want to do it. But at the same time, you're also passing more tests to throw into the stable. That way you can, kill that fear of, oh, I don't want to blow this up because I don't have to go through the test phase again. And then also with Take Profit Trader, you're being proactive against a very big pitfall within the math standpoint because Take Profit Trader, they'll let you reset your pro account, but it is expensive to reset a pro account. How expensive? For the price of one pro reset, you could go buy like 5 or 6 test accounts. So that's what you're also trying to be proactive against. Because that way, again, if you blow up your account, you're probably going to be a little upset. And some people, it's a great business move on their part. They're like, no, I don't want to go to this reset, and boom. Like the 150K account to reset the pro account on that one is $1,500. That's wild. Like I said, you could go buy 6 test accounts for that price. I've reset many 150K. Yeah, hopefully not the pro accounts. Yes, pro. Well, that is insane. I wish I had a money tree growing out back like you do. Trying for a long at 67. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. Power of charts. I mean, the price basically went right up to that pivot point and is now struggling. So I'm not interested in a long up round here just because we have that pivot point right there. But I guess we'll see. The president delivers remarks to Fort Bragg at 11:30. Okay. Well, wait, what time are Jocko? What time zone are you in? It is 12:30 right now. Please, if you don't mind speaking Eastern time. I don't reset TBT pros unless I've gotten a couple payouts. Again, I would say, Alfred, the racehorse model prevents that in the first place. Like, you would never need to reset a pro account ever, if you're doing the racehorse model. Because per the racehorse model, you would already have pro accounts waiting for you in the stable. That is the whole point of it. So you never have to do that. Because good grief, for one pro account, the amount of test accounts you could get, it's just the math doesn't make any sense. Is there any advantage other than bigger drawdown for prop account sizes? Yeah, I mean, on the upside, you can take bigger swings too. So you can do higher position size. Like I said, Adriana, I guess congrats to you in life for you to be able to just be like, hey man, I'm going to reset that pro account in full port, and you've done that many times. All I can say is congrats. I don't know what you do for a living, but hey, congrats. It sounds like you have money. It sounds like you have piles of cash to burn. But I would certainly call you the exception and not the rule. For most people, doing what you're doing is not going to be viable or feasible, and the ROI is just going to get thrown way out of whack. I think you need to trade once a week to keep accounts after you activate them. That's the whole thing is take private trader. You don't have to activate them. You pass an account, you can just let it sit there. You don't have to activate it right away. But yes, once you activate it, you do have to make one trade a week. Now, the other thing here, Glock, is some people saying, I didn't come up with this, but it was presented. I thought, oh, that does make sense. It's called, what I call kind of the best bang for your buck. So if you operate under the premise that you will blow accounts, which is factual, you are going to roast prop accounts. That's just part of it. So under that premise, and then knowing to take private trader that a reset to try the test again is $100 across the board, what do you want to get for that same $100? Right? So if you know you're going to blow accounts, because that's just part of it. So 50K, you blow the account. So to reset it, to try again, to get 50K in buying power again, it's $100 for 50K. But down here, again, you blow it. Same $100, but now what is that $100 getting you? Well, it's getting you 150K. I'm not saying therefore 150K is the best. I'm just saying if that's the lens you're looking through, if you're kind of looking at it the best bang for your buck argument, well then this makes a lot of sense to me. Like if you know you're going to reset because resetting, blowing up accounts is part of it, and you know that it's $100 across the board, do you want your $100 to get you 50K, or do you want your $100 to now get you 150K? So that is another way that you could look at it, Glock. Clay, you definitely one of my. Well, thank you, Joe. Appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna look for a potential fake breakout here. So step one, I want to see this white line come up a little bit, and then I'm gonna look for a short. Because we are not. I think. Let's not. Oh yeah. Okay, I like it. Got ourselves a rising wedge, which is a bearish pattern. So I'm also interested in a potential short up around this trend line right here. Rising wedges are bearish. Now, just because it's a bearish pattern doesn't mean for sure guaranteed the price will go down, but correct, Glock. Yes. 100 reset on all sizes. So that would be another advantage of the 150K, for example. Yeah, you get the bigger drawdown. Yeah, you have, if you really like if you see a setup you really like, well, then you can go heavy into it. And then it's also, bang for your buck. But there are many different angles. So like Red On says, I like the 25K because the targets are much easier to hit. That's fair too. Looks trendy? I don't know. Looks like a rising wedge to me. I've learned not to go against the rising wedge. But right now, as you can see, we're basically right in the middle of the rising wedge. So not much I can do right now. $25,000 incoming? Maybe. Or did you just, or Don, did you just implement the Darcy effect here? You said it just as like not a possibility, but like here it comes. It's coming. And as soon as you said that, now we're seeing a red candle. I swear if this pullback keeps going and going and going, I am re-enrolling in college. I am writing a thesis on a new scientific law that we have all discovered, known as the Darcy effect. Yeah, we'll definitely help make it happen if it happens. Watching chart. No, I'm just saying you said 25,000 incoming. Not you think it's incoming or it might be incoming, just that here it comes. And it's just, like I said, Darcy effect. As soon as you said that, literally, it's like, nope, opposite way. I really do think it's a law of nature that we have discovered here. Cam, you did not have to delete that. That was fair. I do know you enough to... I also know that when you say they, you don't mean like a group of dudes in a cubicle. You just mean buyers and sellers. You mean the market. So you didn't have to delete that one because that's true. You made a fair point. I'm all in short. Well, here we are at the breakdown of the rising wedge. Uh-oh. Am I frozen? No, not frozen. Okay. Okay, I'm in for the breakdown of the rising wedge. Okay, I only got a partial. Only got a partial. Okay, let's just let it roll. Maybe that was a sign that I should just let it cook up a little bit more here. Okay, stop is at break even. Let's see if I can get this next target. In fact, let's see if the rising wedge wants to deliver all the way down to the EMA. I did not put that there, did I? I don't know. I can't tell if trade-off being leggy or if it's just me. Come on, keep coming down. Again, this will be a green trade no matter what now. But let's see if this rising wedge can really deliver for me. Come on. Push. I could see it bouncing from the 21 EMA, which is why that's where my next target's at. Come on. Just one more flush down. If you want to bounce off the 21 EMA, fine by me. Fine by me. I already have my gain. Well, I already have my gains, but you know what I mean. Okay, let's go down a little bit more. Come on, hit me. Dude. Let's look. One more push. One more push. Come on. Hit me. I'm going to move it down a little bit more now at this point. See if I can get 20 points on this next one. No, go down. My stop is right here. So still plenty in the green. All right, stopped out. All right, rising wedge again. Now, I don't know if it's over. It may still work its way down, but right there, the rising wedge enough for the profit for me. Again, Darcy effect is a real thing, I think. 25,000 incoming. And then as soon as that was said, not straight down, but I really do think it's, Sokol, yeah, exactly. That's, I think it might be the law of nature or something. Hi, Clay. So if someone has 25K as the racehorse, should the second or third account? Oh, it could be. Yeah. If you, Jason, a good question, but I that probably depends. Yeah, if you want to have different racehorses of different sizes, maybe some you want to just keep them all the same size. It could be. You're asking the right questions though. So at that point, I guess personal preference, Jason. But yes, you're within the framework of the racehorse model, but you're also now kind of in the territory of personal preference. At the end of the day, the framework is this. With Take Profit Trader, and I would argue with any prop firm, you want to be able to not have the pressure and you want to be able to eliminate the fear of trading scared because, well, if I blow this account, I got to go through the test phase again. I don't want to go through the test phase again. Therefore, I'm going to trade scared. But no, if you already know you have some pass, then that can help eliminate that. So that's the core framework. And then, yes, with Take Profit Trader, you're also being proactive against being tempted to pay the outrageous pro reset fee. I'd like to see the test of the... Does that make sense, Jason? I'd like to see a retest of the pivot point. Like I said, oh my goodness, look at that. You can't make this stuff up, folks. As a lover of charts, are charts perfect? They're not. But look at, you could throw this right into a textbook. Breakdown of the trend line. The classic back test, boom. So form of support, now resistance, and then it comes back down. Now this is always... So the 21 EMA and the rising wedge have definitely a love-hate relationship because the 21 EMA on many occasions does prevent the rising wedge from ever getting more kind of momentum to the downside. Now, as you saw, that's not necessarily a deal breaker because I still made money on that trade. But on the flip side, if the 21 EMA now gives up, then you got, again, no guarantees, but you got to think that this rising wedge breakdown is going to pick up that much more momentum. But we are at a very key spot right now, that 21 EMA. Your trade plan made sense. That was my, my trade plan was pretty straightforward. It was just a rising wedge and it was seemingly breaking down. So I took the trade and it broke down some more. And then it came back up and kicked me out. But overall, still a winning trade. But I love me a rising wedge. what was it, a couple days ago? I think we had a falling wedges we don't see too often. Oh, I have lots of trusted friends, Red On. I have lots of trusted friends. But yeah, I do like the 21 EMA. Is it perfect? No, of course not. Nothing's perfect. But my argument is I think the 21 EMA is at least worth experimenting with. Hey, I kind of lost track of things, but we need to get this up to 200 likes. If the party's going to continue, I use likes as a gauge of interest. And by the 2-hour mark, we should be at the 200 like mark if people are actually still enjoying and interested. So if you are interested, if you are enjoying, if you want the party to continue, now would be the time. Now, it's a little bit of my fault because I forgot to keep asking and reminding people for likes. But if you are enjoying, now would be the time to hit that like button if we're going to keep this party going. So, like I said, I don't know how else to gauge interest levels on whether or not I should keep the party going other than the like button. So, now would be the time. All right, I'm going to extend this out. Did it really just backtest that trend line again? Let's see. Pretty much. Look at that. Crazy. Crazy. I'm finding the 50K a good starting point. Then once pro, you start mixing in the 150K to build it and replace. Lots of pressure to... Yeah. A lot of ways to go about it, Todd. Appreciate the thoughts. Yep. There we go. 206. Fantastic. All right. Man, look at this lower... I mean, classic stuff here. Backtest again of that former area. I'm going to have to go check on the pork shoulder real quick. I'm almost running. Did a kid turn up the temperature? Gotta think this might have... Does this break the spirit of the bulls? Think about it. If you're a bull, if you're long, you were just feeling great after that candle. Now how would you be feeling? I would be feeling irritated. So I wonder if that's the short. Is that the point where the bulls finally, the longs kind of wave the white flag? Again, that's what I'm thinking from a short standpoint. Where are the longs going to wave that white flag and be like, I'm out? Yes, you can copy trade test accounts, Cascade. Yeah, so that is a way that you can expedite the process for sure. Is if you want to just start copy trading your test accounts, you can start to create a lot of racehorses in a hurry. Now, that's obviously a two-sided coin, but yes, you can copy trade. Okay, so the bull again. Let's just pretend you're along. You would have been you would have been very nervous. Now you're getting a little bit more hopeful, but you're probably like, oh, I don't know if I trust it. I think it's trying to get my hopes up. So where, if you were along, where would you put your stop? Where do you think the longs would tap out? And all that, I don't know. Is that where the short position comes from? I have copy traded, but I'm not big into copy trading. Okay, so Doofus, you've made a lot of these broad statements, which I appreciate. But around here, how are you going to make money from that? You've made a lot of broad statement comments, fantastic. But so how do you plan to make money from that? So could you give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target? Can you give us those three numbers? Then we can see exactly right. So right now, your broad statement is bulls will give up if it doesn't hold for long above 25K. Fair enough. So how do you plan to make money from that set of circumstances? Man, I've been watching these trading videos since a week, and now I'm more confused. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Without any structure, this can get confusing in a hurry. Not shorting. Okay, so you're not going to short? Well, let me put it this way, Doofus. As soon as you find something that you would actually put a trade plan in motion on, give us those three numbers. Like right there, look at the man. The message right under you, the man. He's telling us right now that he's going to get long at 960, and his stop is at 940. Beautiful. We know exactly what he's now looking at because we have those numbers. But yeah, as far as where to start, I guess, I mean, you asked. So before, oh, yeah, look at him trying to. No, somebody asked. They want to learn where to start. I do offer this if you're interested. Do with it what you will. But yeah, if you want a structured approach to learning, here you go. I don't know. I think I'm starting to be a dent. I'm actually now thinking maybe long. Is this 21 EMA the true supporter? Is this, all right, let's do this. Let's do this. If we can get a bounce back up, I'm going to take a swing at it long. Okay, long right. But maybe finally the rising wedge is delivering. Oh, it looks like the rising wedge has delivered more. Wasn't necessarily the smoothest. So if you're someone that took that rising wedge, but you're like, no, Clay, I'm not scalping. I'm going to let this thing cook. Yeah, you needed some patience. But it did move down some more. Uh-oh, coming back up. Am I about to get filled here? Let's see. If that green line turns red, if the green line turns blue, I'm in. Whoa, I'm in. Did I get fooled? Maybe. All right, out on that one. I was part of the community back in the option days. Ah, gotcha. All right, back to the drawing board on that one. I guess that's what I get for going against the rising wedge, huh? Sorry, rising wedge. You just spanked me. Well deserved. Stopped on long. I tried. Cody got stopped out too. Bad trade. You took a bad trade on it, Albert? $24,895. Arm trade. What's that in regards to? All right. Well, I think I don't want to have the chart get cluttered with too many annotations, but there we go. The rising wedge. I don't think it's not perfect. I don't think we have any pattern that's worked every time, but man, the rising wedge just over and over has delivered. Check different time. I just got short the point you got long. Okay, Albert. I mean, my point is this. Let's say that the price came down, it came back up when I got long, and that hammer candle that we were looking at for a moment, the hammer candle kept coming up. Would you have typed bad trade, Albert? Check different time frames so you get the idea of momentum. Yeah, multiple time frame analysis. Agreed. Good thing. The 5-minute is still trending up. Yeah, well, things trend up until they don't trend up anymore. That's kind of the power of the rising wedge. Hey, Andrew. Yeah, happy Friday to you. At that moment, no idea. Exactly. So that's my point, Albert. It's Bush League to show up once you have hindsight in your favor and say that was a bad trade. Well, no kidding, it was a bad trade once you have hindsight. I'm always impressed with your bad trades. Yeah, I mean, now if at the time, as soon as I got in, you're thinking, oh man, this is a bad trade. Okay, that's much different. At that exact moment, this is a bad trade. But to wait for it to go wrong and then type, hey, bad trade. Well, thanks. Yeah, no kidding. You know what I mean? Some of these trades are just 50-50. It's your stop that can make the difference up until the break. Yeah, like I said, I took it. Again, in hindsight, this all seems silly. But remember, at the time, the data I had was the price was really struggling to make a push down through that level. So I thought, okay, if it breaks down through and then starts to come back up, in my mind, I was like, okay, well, is that the signal that once again, it was just kind of a fake breakdown? So it came back up, it filled me, but no, I got fooled. It came back down, and it is what it is. That happens. Am I going to throw in a new rule for my strategy? No, because that's just how the market goes sometimes. I had logic. The logic made sense, and it just didn't work out. Again, here's the thing, Albert. I had a good trade. In your mind, you think it was a bad trade because I lost money. But in all actuality, it was a good trade. Why was it a good trade? Because I had logic and I managed risk. I cut the loss. See, that's our disconnect. You connect bad trades with red trades. No. Like I said, Albert, this next statement's going to blow your mind. Somebody could be down $500 a day, have a red $500 a day, and that would be a way better day than the person that is up $500 on the day. Why? Well, if the person that's down $500 on the day just had a bad day, it's just the market didn't jive, right? They were just wrong, but they were disciplined. They had logic. They had, in other words, good habits. That is way better than the person that's green 500, but that person's like, no, I was a degenerate. Like I was just closing my eyes, pressing buttons. Why? How can that be the difference? Because over time, the person with good habits is going to survive. The person with bad habits, yeah, you can have green days every now and then, but is that going to be sustainable? No. So that's your disconnect, Albert. You associate red trades with bad trades. I don't. That was a good trade. Even though it was red, that was a good trade. That's exactly what I'm talking about, Albert. That particular trade was a good trade. But again, our disconnect is you see a red trade and you say that was bad because it was red. That is our disconnect. We view that very differently. I had good habits. I had logic. I managed my risk. I cut the loss. It just didn't work out. Exactly. Yeah. I followed my rules. Exactly. Does that make sense? Because I don't think Albert's getting it. But does everybody, give me a 5 if you understand the distinction. Give me a 5 if you understand how Albert and I are viewing things differently. I think I explained it, but I don't know. Albert just seems to not quite be. All right. In my mind, I'm explaining it clearly. But to be fair to myself, I don't know. Maybe it's clear in my mind, but it's not clear in my explanation. Well, then, Albert, you give me a 5, then what are you talking about? Come on, brother. All right, here we go. We're approaching, kind of got a double whammy. So whammy number 1 of potential, 21 EMA on the 5-minute. And then we look at the 2-minute, and we have the purple line. So actually, are these both corresponding? 21 is 917. What's this? All right, I'm going to take it. A little bit of a dangerous trade because I don't necessarily have any confirmation per se, but let's see if it maybe wants to bounce up off that level. No, that's what I wanted. Oh, doggone it. I just wanted, all you had to do was come down a little bit more and then do that. Anybody ever had those trades where you're like, really, Price? All you had to do was come down a little bit more before doing what you're doing here. Anybody ever have these? I'm not alone, am I? Oh, this is why trading's hard. And once more, this is why broad statements do not work. Broad statement trading is very deceptive because broadly speaking, I was right. It wanted to bounce. It did bounce. But notice I'm not making any money. Why? Well, because within the nuances, I chose the wrong entry point. I missed my fill as well. Yeah, Brando, it happens, man. I'm missing my entry points by a few points, and it's, yeah, exactly. Happens to us all. I might take another. Now, this is a little different because now I'm not going to buy it because this is a failed bounce, right? This upper shadow here is telling us at one point this was a green candle. That green candle has now failed. So that's where it's going to change my attitude towards it at this point. I should be selling. Okay, well, Avatar Mach-san, you give us a trade plan when you see something. Because you should be selling as broad statement trading. That, in all actuality, does not mean anything. Now, you may be saying, okay, Clay, well, what does mean something? Good question, fair question. If you can give us 3 numbers, an entry point, a target, and a stop loss, give us those numbers ahead of time, then that will mean a whole lot more than somebody just saying you should be selling. How long is your average trade? I don't know, probably, let me put it this way. If I'm in a trade for over 5 minutes, I feel like it's a 401k investment. But even that 5-minute number is just kind of a guess, but not very long, Isn't the Darcy effect wild though? I kid you not. The guy shows up, 25,000 incoming, and he made the comment right here. And If you don't believe us, that's fine. I understand that sounds like, but I swear, that comment was made right here. And then after he said that, this pull, the Darcy effect, it is a law of nature. Man, that is, you can't make that stuff up. Oh my goodness, that is wild. And to think, the difference, had there just been a question mark at the end of that, it probably would have went. It probably would have hit 25,000 had he put a question mark at the end. But because he just made it as a statement, as a matter of fact, $25,000 incoming, just like that, kicked it in. Hey, Albert, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate you telling me what I should and should not worry about. But I got my strategy, brother. So you do your thing, I'll do my thing, and we'll have a good time on here. Go long at 895. Where's your stop at, RM Trades? You're missing one of the important pieces of data. Now, this is starting to become the point where all the long-sided people are potentially, starting to get cooked up. And this is also where not all stop losses feel this way. But this, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's never fun to be wrong per se. But this stop loss feels amazing. Like when I got stopped out here to now, like if I play the game of, well, what if I'd gotten stubborn or what else, what if I had gotten undisciplined? Man, it's come down a lot further. Hey, uncle. A lot of support there. A lot of support where? I might take that one at 895, 875 stop. All right, so I like that. RM Trades. A man with, oh no. Oh man, welcome to the club, RM Trades. RM Trades had an entry at 895, which was right there. Pretty close before bouncing. I feel your pain, RM Trades. I feel it, man. I feel it. I might take that one, 895. Yep, again, sorry, Jorge. You too. 895. Oh, so close. Right there. That crosshair. Oh, so close, yet oh, so far away before the bounce. But it happens. It happens. I'm short. Stop 940. I'm contemplating a short down here. But it's really just a question of, if this is truly the backside of the move, then that'll be a brilliant short. But I don't know. It is still technically an overall, big picture drifting uptrend. Oh, that's right. I was supposed to go check the temperature on the smoker. But this is too juicy right now. This is what I like to call like my booty action. What do I mean by that? Well, it's juicy action. So yeah, we got a lot of like my booty right now. It is juicy. Imagine this flying wedge is just a straight down channel back. That'd be wild. That'd be wild if that rising wedge produced this much. This is your pullback? No, this is the pullback. This is a bounce right now. Hello? Hello? Hello. Okay. Is Jet up here? No. Okay. Okay. You don't? Oh, you're still thinking about it? Yeah, I think so. Okay. Do you want to come say hi? Okay. Purple is a 50 period set moving average. Sure. Come on. I know.
I just got one myself.
Okay, you're not gonna. Are you allowed to be up here?
Yeah, because Mom's just going take something.
Okay, we'll say hi to everybody. Say hello, chat.
Hello, chat. I made this bow. I made bow.
The camera's right there. There
I
you
made
go.
bow.
There you go. She made Belle.
I can't both find Belle's face, and I think it's going.
You think it?
I think it's going to go up.
You think it's gonna go up from here?
Yeah, I have to go, Dad.
Oh, you have to. Oh, okay. All right. Let's say somebody. See you later.
See you. I'll see you next time.
Okay, there you go. Good job. If it cabby. If it, yeah, I think you got a typo in there, LA. If it cabby. Oh, okay, there you go. If it can hold. Okay, so how are you going to make money from that? What's your trade plan? 3 numbers from you, brother. Entry point, stop loss, and target. Then we can best visualize what you're ultimately thinking. Kit with the T, Philly. Kit trader. Not kid. Kit trader. She did. She called it. Whoops. That's on me, Kit. Hey, Kit. All right, she's gone. I don't think she was supposed to be in here. She panicked out like, I got to get out of here. Wow. Good call, Kit. Well, that's what I get for not listening to Kit Trader. I did not see that. I did not. Yeah, I disagreed with her, and I was wrong. Exactly, Mike. Hey, Clay, I have again bought TBT a country. Well, thank you. After I passed when I went. Yeah, Chris, you'll have to reach out to them and just let them know, hey, I use code Clay, and they'll add that 130. They had I don't know, maybe there's still some remnants of it. But yeah, they had something going on where the 130 wasn't being automatically credited. But yeah, if you reach out to them, Chris, they'll add in that credit. Even if you paid the 130 by accident, still reach out to them and they'll refund it back to you. Yeah, she definitely did not need a stop loss. You're welcome, Chris. And thank you again for using code Clay. Hey, Ross. Hello? Yeah, long it is. Exactly, David. I went against Kit Trader, and I am paying the price now. They just gave me a credit in your reward. Yeah, exactly. That's what it will be. Yeah, Chris, you might already have the credit. So when you're checking out, you're supposed to have a credit for the 130. So when you're going through the activation process for your pro, make sure you do check. Maybe you just weren't looking in the right spot, and it is actually already there. If it's not, then yeah, reach out to them. I'm not sure. I was. Wait, didn't I draw a support area way back when? When this first. Oh yeah, remember way back when I thought these levels might be coming to play? Yeah, nope. Yeah, so what I was saying is, this area right here has me interested. I mean, I'm losing interest very quickly as it now pulls away back. But I don't know. Is this just kind of like a false hope? Like, okay. In other words, the longs are getting very, very scared. Very scared because we've been in this big uptrend. Now we've had this big pullback. And now we see this and the longs are like, okay, we're back in business. But what I'm wondering is, are they really back in business? Is this actually a buy? Is the overall trend going to continue? Or is this just kind of a false hope type thing? I don't know. I don't know what to think of it. I should probably bring in Kit. Same thing happened to you. Okay. Got you, DJ. Yeah. Hey, Blackout. How's your day going? I know yesterday was a bit rough for it, or was it Wednesday? Gold pretty much up all day. I guess. Oh, what's silver up to today? Not a whole lot. Doing okay, trying to save. All right, good. Hey, Clay, I want to tell you I've taken $600 and $100 payouts this week. And set for another $650 today. So glad I found you in TBT. That's awesome, Johnny. Man, today's been a good day for the people swinging by to give the shout-out thank yous. That's awesome, Johnny. Well, majority of credit to you. You're the one that was open-minded enough to say to yourself, you know, Johnny, maybe there is a better way to go about this. Maybe I kind of got it wrong for the time being. Props to you, man. I was once there too. That's why I'm so passionate about it. I stuck with options and stocks way longer than I actually should have. But awesome, Johnny. Congrats. That's fantastic. And shout out to you for being open-minded enough to give Pam's plan a try. Hey, Paul. Brand new here as well. Joined up and loved it. Well, cool. Good to have you, Paul. Working the racehorse model. There it is. Racehorse model for the win. Oh, am I about to get suckered in here? I think I am. Wait, film me first. Oh no. Okay, I canceled. It gave me a partial, then I canceled it. Then I came down where I would have gotten a full. All right, so I wanted 3, but I only got 1. But maybe this works out for the better. I can try to pick up a couple more and get a little bit of a better average price. We'll see. Any tips on how to... I mean, that's a very in-depth question. So no, that is well outside of the scope of this. I mean, you're in some senses that you're kind of asking any tips on how to buy low, sell high. That's kind of what you're asking. Like, that's a very loaded question. Doggone it. Nah, it's just not. I should have 3. I had 1, so I'd rather just reposition myself with the full size that I want as opposed to sit here with 1 MNQ. I'm in an eval now. My APT, my drawdown is now 685. My account balance is at the end of the day. My drawdown will go back to 2. Oh no, it'll be at 685. Yeah, your drawdown is not adjust in your favor back up to 2,000. If only. Nope, that's not how that one works. If it does work like that, then it's only a matter before you wake up. Only a matter before you wake up. No, it's at 685. I don't know if it... I think it's got a chance. I really do. Hence me being long and then getting messed up with the partial fill. But at the same time... Man, it's just like a false hope type thing before this rolls right back over. All right, Sweaty. Yeah, same to you, buddy. Have a good weekend. Take a silver trade and YOLO at 6. Oh, man. Nothing like force fed here trying to get people to YOLO their accounts into a Friday. Yeah, that's all fine, period. Do what you got to do. Oh, nice. Lime is getting spread. Cool. Okay. Here's the big excitement today of the when you own farmland. Part of it is you got to take advantage of it. So we're getting some lime spread today, or my land guy is. Let's see. I don't know if it's going to show it or not. Spread that lime. Make that soil healthy. So even in this sort of real estate invest, there's always stuff you got to do. You know, I would think, oh, you just buy farmland and like it just grows stuff, and you can charge farmers to rent it from you, which is I guess kind of true, but like, well, no, I mean there's soil quality, there's blah blah blah, there's pH levels, blah 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 blah, there's lime. So there we go. There's erosion prevention. Let me put it this way: there is more that goes into just buying farmland than what you would think on the surface. Yes, when we get out to the homestead, we're going to plant fruit trees. For those of you that are not here, I do many things for streams of income. My favorite is probably real estate investing, and my newest kind of forte into real estate investing has been some farmland in Iowa. So yes, I live in Iowa now, trying to get into the homesteading lifestyle. But part of the homestead is there's some acreage that I guess technically speaking, our neighbor rents, who is a farmer. Believe it or not, there are farmers in Iowa. So yeah, part of that is just keeping the soil healthy. Yeah, I'm not going long here. Look at the 5-minute. This 5-minute, it looks like a Monka S from a long right now. Both these upper shadows got me too nervous. Doesn't mean that it can't work out, but yeah, from a long standpoint, I'm going to pass. If anything, and I don't know, this might be too spicy, even for me. Is that the short right there? Is that the short down through there? I'm not going to commit to it, but I'm thinking about it. Getting their food plots planted so you can... Well, that's the nice thing, as my brother-in-law put it. The cool thing about like farmers is like they pay you to plant food plots for you. Now, granted, they do harvest some of it, but still. 15-minute looks better for you. Sounds good, Sokol. I might take a swing from the short side because we were at the high of those candles where last time it got rejected. So I can... Okay, I'm short. Now, if this is a legit breakout of those highs, man, this is mainly based on the 5-minute. I'm going to add 3 more there. Okay, well, we're approaching that pivot point up there on the 5-minute, but... Well, this one punched those upper shadows on the 5-minute in the face. Just like, nah, I don't care about those. All right, fine, I'm out. Fine. Did not care at all. So when I was getting in, the price was basically at the high it was at the high of that one, and that one right there. Where the previous 3 times, that general area, it smacked the price down. But 4th time was not the charm. I got in, and as we witnessed, it no longer cared about that area anymore. But oh well, it happens. It happens. Thought you were the only one using Tradovate? Oh man. Yeah, a lot. I know Tradovate's not the only platform out there, but it seems like a lot of people use Tradovate, but maybe not. But welcome, West Coast. Good to have you. Do you trade or no? I don't trade order flow. I'm too stupid for that. I am a baboon. All right, Anthony. Have a great weekend, sir. I'm long from 68. Oh, now, don't, dude, let's not, if this thing goes all the way down, that is just going to be sad. Yeah, and West Coast, I mean, I don't think it's totally entirely unjustified. Even earlier today, I had some legginess with it. I mean, I still like it enough. It's never become bad enough for me not to want to use Tradovate, but yeah, they do get a bit of a bad rap, but can't say that it's not totally deserved. Do some people maybe over exaggerate it? Maybe, but I'm not gonna. But I am using the word maybe. Oh, look at this. You dirty rat. In hindsight, I guess I should have just averaged up, average out, average up. Oh, you got to be kidding me. That's what we call getting played like a fiddle. So if you have ever been played by a fiddle or played like a fiddle by the market, so have I. So have I. Unbelievable. I don't know if I stopped out at the high, but I think I got pretty close to stopping out at the high. Sometimes laughter is the best medicine. So I'm just trying to laugh about it just so I don't get all irritated, just so I don't do something I regret. There we go. If you were just logging on, I got short right here, thinking, okay, maybe a fake break because there was a history here of this area rejecting the price. That move kicked me out of the trade, and then maybe when I stopped out pretty close to the high, now I'm witnessing this, so it's like, great. Oh yeah, I hit it. Yeah, thank you, Yuval. I like that. Instead of showing up, well, that was a terrible trade, you idiot. But it's like, hey man, all good. It's just one loss. What can you do? Please stick around. I don't recognize your name, but that's good stuff there. Today was lucky to grab a quick profit and bounce. Yeah, I earlier in the stream I described today's price action as being very tricky, but one of those days where I'm green, but I'm not exactly sure how I'm green. I'm there, I'm green. Not really sure how. It's just been kind of a weird day. Not complaining. But yeah, I would be. Some days makes perfect sense, right? Everything's jiving. Everything seems to go off without. But today, at least in the morning session, not really one of those days. I think so far in the live stream, everything I've taken has made sense for the most part. But man, I think you're correct in determining the low and high, but somehow your fingers chose the wrong button. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Oh boy. Okay, even this is not now this is not cooperating. Had this come down first and then come back up, I would have been interested in a long right there. But it didn't come down first. It just decided to go straight back up. I'm still interested in the spice right there. It is spicy. That is a spicy trend line. Again, I'm not committing to shorting the break, but I'm gonna watch it. I'm watching. Self-admittedly a spicy trend line. Oh, that's true. I haven't had any water, have I? I've had a couple sips of coffee. I do need some water though. Long hair. Stop 943. All right. I appreciate that, K-Dogger. Your trade plan in real time. Nothing but respect. All right, now this one's really starting to toy with me. I keep going for the break long. Will this time be the one? Well, I guess that depends on where you define the break of the long at. Yeah, today All my little requirements seem so stupid. Good grief. Whoa, hey, hey. What time is it? What? Huh? Huh? What? No, it's not. It's not even one. It's somebody. Okay, everybody remain calm. There are just some longs that just got cooked. Cooked. Trump said something? Is this thing about to head back up? To be fair, that purple line, the 50-period moving average, the trend line, it's holding strong. Yeah, that seemed like, I don't know, I kind of want a long here now. Is this thing about to pop back? We'll go with one. Dangerous trade, so we're just going to go with one. Okay, I'm going to go for a long right there. I'm doing exactly one MNQ because this is dangerous because there's some spice out there all of a sudden. Did you get stopped out, K-Dogger? Stop 943. Oh, yeah, you got stopped out. Yeah. Hey, man, it happens. And I'm going for a long here at the green line. Self-admittedly feels like a pretty spicy trade right now because things all of a sudden got... Miner taking a dive? My miner? My miner. What? Huh? You mean like you have a mining stock or something that's taking a dive? Okay. Spicy action. But I just want a little piece of it. Oh, your mining stock took a dive. So is gold? No, gold. But gold. Oh wait, that's not. Is gold dropping right now? No. Again, trying to get long at the green line. Just doing one MNQ because this seems kind of spicy. So if it works, I'll be very upset that I only did one MNQ. If it does not, I'll be very glad I only did one MNQ. All right, here we go. See if we can get 21 points from it. I'm going to add one more right there. If it comes up, so adding to a winner. Okay, looking to add at the green line. So yes, I'm in the green. I'm not looking to scalpy scalp. I'm looking to add. Again, this thing popped up here previously. Let's see if it can get another jolt back up. Well, Dom, like, basically is the level 2. And I have the Dom over here just because I know some people like to watch it. But I don't use it. Come on. Seeing if I can add at the green line. I mean, I really like this candle here. It's off the trend line again. Just trying to see if I can get some follow through. Okay, added. Now let's see if we can get some more push up, 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 up. Get up there. Push. Push. Oh. All right. I'm not going to let this one break even here at this stop now. Either hit. Oh, there we go. All right. There we go. My first target is hit. Good. Put the stop right there. This thing. Let's move it up. Let's go for a break of new highs at this point. Why not? So this thing either needs to keep coming up right now or it's going to just take me out. I'm not going to sit around and putz around and play games with it. So either keep breaking out or I want out of the trade. If this can get up around here, I'll move my stop up some more, but want to give it at least enough wiggle room to try to putz around here and then maybe make the move. But yeah, I'm self-admittedly not giving a ton of wiggle room, but I'm giving it enough for what I want to see. Come on, make that push. Come on. I don't think it's looking like I'm running out of steam here, but I'd love to be wrong. At this point, why not? Why not go for a little bit more up there? Just in case there's another spike, but right now, look, I'm about to get stopped. I'm hanging by the skin of my chin. Hanging in by the skin of my chin. Yeah, the volume is not looking so hot right now. It's looking like the party might be over down here. Valid observation. But you know what? Maybe the volume's about to return. I suppose we'll see. Hey! Okay. I'd love to be wrong. Please prove me in bro. All right, let's make it up to break even now. At least on this last one. Come on, keep going. That'd be amazing. Dude, let's go. If it pushes the white line, I'll move my stop up to the low of that candle, but only if it hits that white line. Dude, I love when I'm wrong like that. Still got work to do, though. Still got work to do. At least hit that white line. We are on the 5 minute at that pivot point. That's provided. Oh, there. It did hit it, didn't it? Okay, let's move it up some more. Move it up some more. About to get stopped, but I said that last time and then it worked out, but it looks like this time might be the time. And I am stopped. Man, why did I go so conservative? I should have gone with like 80 of those things. All right, there we go. All on, but so pretty bizarre, all things considered. I mean, look at this volume. Like, huh? Yet it's still creeping up. Now, Albert, are you saying that was a good trade simply because it was a green trade, Albert? Is that why you're saying that? Guys, should I buy or sell? Well, Alex, I'm going to toss this back into your court. Alex, I am not presumptuous to assume that I know your strategy better than you do. So what I would say is this. What does your strategy say you should do? Does your strategy say you should buy or sell? Again, under the assumption that you know your strategy better than I do, I would just say do whatever your strategy and the rules of your strategy say that you should do, Alex. That is how I will answer that question. Hey, Gage Reeds. Well, thank you for speaking up. Welcome. Good to have you. Waiting for the 50 again. Okay. Process. You're calling the process good, Albert? I can get behind that. I'll tell you what, though. This pivot point up here is just the things nightmares are made of for the Bulls. And it's a tricky one, too. How is it tricky? Well, it allows breakouts, but then all these fake breaks. Fake break, fake break, fake break again. So even if you were trying to play the breakout, it's like, well, I don't know, should I just scalp you the thing? Because the past ones have all been fake breakouts. So it's one thing where a resistance level just flat out rejects the price. I think that's a little easier, but it's the fake break ones that make things so tricky. Yeah? Was somebody knocking on the door? Hello? I could have sworn I heard somebody knocking on the door, but maybe not. Yeah? Oh, come on in, boy. Come on in. Hey, buddy. Hey. What's up? You want to say hi? Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's go, boy.
I want to see baby.
You want to see the baby?
Baby!
That is. That's you.
Up.
You think it's going to go up?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's just watch for a second here.
Yeah, up.
Yeah, maybe. Can you say hi to everybody?
Hey. This is the one.
Maybe along down here?
Hey, wait.
Maybe, kind of, sort of.
Don't wear that to see.
You don't think so?
Hey, she did toy.
Yeah.
Look at that.
No, do not touch buttons.
Beep, beep.
Okay, maybe along here on the pullback?
No, it is.
No?
No,
You don't think I should go long here?
no.
Okay, well, I'm going to disagree with you, buddy. I'm going to get long. Oh, buddy. Oh, wait, I forgot to change the position size. I'm still at 1.
No, it's stay. Really. Beep.
Let's see if we can get 11 points on it.
No.
No? You don't think I can get 11 on it?
No, we're down.
Well, buddy, right now it's looking like you might be right.
No. I'm going to do the knee. Knee up.
I might. You want? Yeah, I do want it to go up. All right, might want to buy at the lower trend line here. Add in another one. Okay. Okay, I got it too. Now we want it to go up.
Up.
Yeah, we want it to go up now. See if we can get a bounce off this area.
Up.
Yeah, exactly. Uh-oh.
Up. Mom, pretty. Hey, this
Let's see if it can bounce up off this area. We're kind of getting near make up
Hey,
your mind
this
point.
baby
Yeah, that
just-
is a baby. Up, up, up. Bounce. Oh, oh. Okay, Daddy's going to buy a couple more right there. Only if it comes up, though. Oh, now it breaks. You actually told me no, huh? You said don't do it.
What, Dad?
Yeah, I don't know. I should have. I'm not listening to my kids, and I'm losing money.
Now what you done is honey.
I know.
And now that. That is Dad. Dad.
Oh, you never seen futures trading? Oh man, futures is so much better than stocks. Yeah.
Dad.
No, you cannot press any buttons right now.
What, Dad?
Why am I letting this thing pull back so much? Because I have 2 MNQ. I'm plenty green on the day, so I'm getting this thing plenty of wiggle room. It's because you went long. Well, in my defense, I was told to not do what I did by Jet, and I went against Jet Trader. I love it. I'm no longer fearing theta.
No,
Oh, yeah,
she said
exactly.
that, she said that.
I mainly trade BTC correlated
No,
stocks
I
rather than BTC rules, but this is fun to watch.
Money.
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Gage reads day trading futures through a prop firm, mathematically by far the best thing you can do. It just makes so much more sense. Okay, here we go, maybe. Okay, let's see if we can get the fill. Oh, this is looking kind of good, buddy. Okay. Come on. Oh, beautiful candle. Yeah. Are they calling for you? Come on, back up. All right. At this point, I got to just throw my stop in down here. Okay. There's my stop. This thing is either bouncing with the hammer or it's not. And if it doesn't, it is what it is. I am still looking to add, though, at that green line if it wants to come up here. Yeah. Yeah, I saw somebody. So there's my stop. I got a beautiful hammer candle. Now it's just a question of, does this hammer want to deliver? Does it want to go up? Okay, buddy. I'm trying. Yeah.
Up.
Yeah, exactly. I want it to go up now. Yeah. All right. Go find mommy now, okay, buddy? Say bye to everybody. Say bye.
Bye, baby.
Yeah, bye, baby. There you go. All right, I added. So let's change this now to 4. So this thing either bounces or it doesn't, and if it doesn't, well, then it is what it is. Put out a couple. I guess I'll throw out one more just in case there's some sort of spike. Not that I think it's going to spike up there, but if it does, I'll be ready for it. But this hammer candle is either going to deliver or it's not, and if it doesn't, losing trade. I'll still be red on the day, and that's the most important thing. Okay, there we go. Come on. Oh! How did you know? Dude, that's the worst. Come on, at least hit my first. Thank you, thank you. Hit that next one. Hit that next one. All right, let's make sure this is a winning trade now. So this thing either needs to keep popping up right now or I'll just be out. So it will be a green trade now. But yeah, I'm not going to put up with this nonsense. Break out and then come right back down. I'm not going to wait all the way down here for a stop at this point. Either keep breaking out right now or I'm done with it. There you go. Yeah, let's come back up. There you go, brother. Look at that. How does it like knows? It knows where my targets are. How did it hit me and not fill me? Come on, brother. Dang, thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. All right, let's just follow this up now. Let's just follow it up. Yes, all caps, code Clay. Keep coming up. Break it, break it. There we go. I'll still take that. All right, Slow Morrow. I think you're going to like them. I'll stop back next week. Hope you guys make big. All right, have a good one, West Coast. You're probably gone by now. No way. Gauge reads. I'm telling you right now, not only is it, it is fun because that's the whole point of futures. Because futures move so nice. Futures move amazingly. And then when you factor in the fact that you can do all this within a prop account, aka have very controlled risk, it just makes a whole lot of sense. Yes, market is open on Monday until 1 p.m. Eastern time. I will be streaming the open on Monday. So I will be here at 9:15 a.m. Eastern on Monday. If you are enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button, please. I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot, but it does make a big difference. So if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, if you don't mind hitting that like button, like I said, it actually helps out, makes quite a bit of a difference. So, all right, well, I trusted the hammer, and the hammer delivered. Sometimes it takes a little patience, takes a little trust, but it worked out just fine. No, I talk in Eastern time. Hey, Bald Eagle, good to see you. All right, well, we are once again approaching just the tricky amongst tricky for you long and breakout players. This pivot point right here, absolute been brutal. Not because of the rejections. Rejections make sense, but fake break, fake break, fake break. So once again, if it breaks above that pivot point, right now the question is, will this be another fake break or will it be legit? That's hence why it gets so tricky. I like the resistance levels that look like this. So if that's a resistance and this is the price action, I like this. That's very straightforward. Because it just keeps getting rejected. But it's all the fake breakouts that make things all the more challenging. No, it's not the Ohio. It's just the New York Stock Exchange is in New York. So, therefore, Eastern Time rules the day. Missed short by 2 points. Oh, my goodness. It seems like a lot of people are having that sort of day where you're missing good quality entries by just a couple points. This down here. Yeah, this was, I did not trade it today, but this was MGC. And then that is NQ. And then, yeah, this is MNQ. But yeah, I think it was yesterday or a couple days ago, I took a MGC trade. And the way Tradeovate works is they'll just leave the spot for it. Where am I from? Well, it depends on how you define from. Like where I live right now, I'm in Iowa. Before Iowa, I was from Michigan. But before Michigan, I was from Kansas City. And then before Kansas City, I was from Ohio. So I was born in Ohio. So I don't know. Depends on how you define from. All right. Do I take another swing at it now? If this is a channel, which it seems like it's a plausible case, if this is some sort of channel, do I wait to see if it wants to show me? I mean, look at all these lower shadows down here. There are buyers. Or at least there were. Are they still hanging around? I don't know. But there have definitely been buyers hanging around. Are they still here? That's the question. Clay. Yeah, well, that's the town you're the president of, Bald Eagle. Legendville. You're the president. Or the mayor, I should probably say. Pittsburgh. Nice. In a range. Why not? Welp, RIP. Uh-oh. Hey, Judd. Good to see you. Is this finally the break to the downside here? I tell you what, though, that pivot, as I look over the 5 minute, has been just brutal. To be fair, in this situation, at least the price essentially just went up and got rejected right by the pivot. At least it didn't do another one of these fake breakouts. So I suppose it could have been worse. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I think this might, I don't know, this seems like it could be getting ready to, but then again, we're at the 21 EMA in the 5 minute. All right, well, I'm going to do this. I'm going to get long there. Stop is right there, so I'm risking 10 points. So slippage, let's call it 12 points. I am very tempted to try a short here, though. I must say. Very tempted, but not tempted enough to actually make the move. But let me put it this way. If you're telling me, hey, Clay, I'm getting short here, I don't blame you. I can see it. I'm not going to do it, but I can see. I'm not going to call you illogical. Doggone it. All right. Let's see if we can get... Go a little bit more. So there, now we're like with slippage, we'll call it 10-point risk here. So I've done my macro risk management. I know macro-wise, I will stay green on the day. No problem if I'm wrong. So because of that, the macro risk management drives the micro risk management. Clay, I'm afraid if we sell off again today and it closes under 20, I think it gets uglier next week. Maybe ace, prep, but for me, that's irrelevant. I don't care anything about next week. Like, I'm a day trader. All I care about, I literally am trying to figure out where the price is going to be in the next 5 minutes. But yes, for your strategy, Ace, if it matters where you think the price will be next week, more power to you. But for me, I don't care about that at all because it is 100% irrelevant to me. Therefore, I put 0 brain cells. And I don't have many brain cells. But the ones that I do have, I put 0 brain power into thinking about next week. I'm so tempted to long here. Well, give it a swing. That's what stops are for. Grab that short for 20 points. Good job, right on. I wish I would have joined you. Okay, this could be a short here, though. I'm wondering if it comes up. If it comes up here, bumps its head right here, and then comes back down, might take a swing at it. Increase in volatility. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain about volatile movement. Just got to be careful with it, position size wise. This morning was all over the place. I'd like a good early direction move. Yeah, this morning was was tricky for sure. As I summarized my day-to-day, I would say I'm green, but I'm not quite sure how. Some days just makes perfect sense how you get to be green. Everything kind of jives, everything flows. Other days just feel messy, and that's kind of how today feels. So felt messy. I'm green. Not quite sure how I got green, but I'm green. Trump's talking right now. Can we get confirmation? Is Trump talking right now? My hands are bleeding from all the paper cuts. Well, you know what? No shame in just calling it a day. It sounds like Bramos, the movement today is not jiving well with your strategy, and that happens. Oh, he's been talking? Oh, usually I'm not a huge fan of Train Watch. Oh, wait. Yeah, he's just, wait. Because he's talking about something that I remember not being scared of. What is the topic of conversation? I can't remember. I remember hearing it earlier, and I wasn't worried. Oh, yeah, that's it. Fort Bragg, thank you. Fort Bragg military families, yeah. Talking to the military, yes. So when I say it doesn't matter, I mean relative to the markets. Of course. Big military supporter. So before anybody tries to take things out of context, does not matter relative to creating crazy price action. He never... Yeah, that is a fair critique. I am risking he goes off down a rabbit hole, which he does tend to do. He could be talking about Fort Bragg and then share that we're going to war. You know what? And if he did that, I'm guessing the price would do something like this. But you know what? You know what, brothers? That's what this is for right here. So, yes, if he does say something and it just collapses the market, well, I'll be out a little under 10 points. Well, with slippage, let's just call it 20 points. So even at 20 points on this, because I've done the macro risk management, I know my position size is, I'm not at risk, let me put it this way, of sending my day red. Is your strategy MA lines and price action on the 1 minute? My strategy, I would call the KISS method, keep it simple, stupid. I like candlesticks. I like moving averages. I like some trend lines. I like the VWAP. But no, this is not the 1 minute. This is the 2 minute. But I do have other time frames over here. I do also like the 5 minute. What's happening? Their IT stocks are crashed. Please reply in India today. Stocks are more crashed. So please tell me what's. Yeah, I don't know. What's happening is there are way more sellers than buyers right now. That is why there's prices and all that is going down. More sellers than buyers. Now, what you're actually asking is, well, why are there more sellers than buyers? I don't know. That's where everybody just guesses. There's plenty of theories out there on about why there's more sellers than buyers. But why is it going down? Well, the factual answer is because there is more supply than demand right now. But yeah, I'm not sure. And I honestly don't care. So I'm not really the right person to ask because I'm day trading futures in a prop firm. So my risk is well insulated. I'm loving life. Now from an investment standpoint, maybe I'd care a little bit more, but I'm only I think I'm 42 now. Yeah, 40, or am I 41? Oh my goodness. Anyways, low 40s. So I'll care more about my investments 20 years from now, 30 years from now. But yes, point being, I don't know why. I don't care because that has zero to do with what I'm doing. All I would say is consider day trading futures in a prop firm, and then you don't have to worry about that sort of stuff. Which prop firm? I'm using Take Profit Trader. I did forget my age. Hey, Sokol, if I remember right, you're 19, right? Let's see how good my memory is. Are you 19, Sokol? Over in Europe somewhere? Who should I use for taxes as a trader? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Yeah, isn't that impressive? I know your age, but I can't remember mine. Isn't that weird? Uh, 50%. I'm not sure why you would want to do that though, but yes, if you did for whatever reason, it would be 50%. Again, I'm looking to get long at the green line, Stop is a red line. So I'm just trying to practice patience right now. I usually do that math on my age these days. Yeah, exactly. I remember the VIN on my 1997 Harley I sold. That's a lot. That seems totally random too. I don't know. That's weird. That's crazy though. The VIN number from 99. Then tell what's going on there. IT sectors are bearish. I don't know what's going on because I don't care, because that doesn't fit into anything to do with my strategy. So I'm the wrong person to ask. I have zero interest in even trying to figure out what's going on, because it's irrelevant for what I'm doing. So Dawud, I would say, if you're a day trader and you're in India, so the good news is being in India, you can do the same thing that I'm doing right here. If you're in India, you have access to the USA futures market through a prop firm. And the prop firm that I'm using is Take Profit Trader, which is that link that you see at the top of the screen. I think if you go back to like the opening 3 or 4 minutes, Bald Eagle, I kind of recap all that. But for my mental health, I don't really feel like revisiting that again. But yeah, I think it's like the 3 or 4 minute mark of the stream. I think, if I remember right, I remember going to the senior prom with my dad and coming home with my mom. I remember to go to the senior prom with my dad. Okay, well, let's start here. Texuma, are you a dude or a dudette? Let's start here. No, I was not recording this morning. I was not recording this morning, so no, there won't be any video anytime soon. I think Texuma Trader is pulling, I think their wit is above my pay grade right now, which I'm not going to feel bad about. We're at 3 hours and 17 minutes, which, as I've learned, is when my brain starts to shut down a little bit. And I am still trying to trade. I remember going to the senior prom with my dad. Oh, I get it. Thank you. Bald Eagle, real life friend, texted me and filled me in. Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm not even embarrassed. Before you judge me and call me a total baboon, which I am a baboon, but you first come and you live stream, you try to talk for 3 hours and 15 minutes straight while scanning the markets, while trading, and then see how your brain feels after 3 hours and 15 minutes. Don't judge. But yes, now it seems so obvious in hindsight. No, I got you. Clever. No soup. That they're garbage. Take Profit Trader. I am a big believer, especially as a beginner to the prop firm space, in Take Profit Trader, mainly due to their clean set of rules. So yes, Take Profit Trader. Again, that's the link that you see at the top of the screen. I am proud of myself though. I said I need to be patient, and I am being patient. I have an order to get long here. My stop is right there. I'm being patient, and we'll see if it works out or not. Clay doesn't have a no. I mean, I don't really have a mind at all right now. Whether or not it's a dirty mind presupposes that I have a mind. Right now, that is to assume that I have a mind right now is a bad assumption. Because this is when it starts to feel a little bit like Jello. Clay, do you feel more disciplined while you're streaming? Good question. I don't know. No, it depends on the day. You be here long enough, you'll see a very not disciplined person. Hey, Ralph. Good to have you. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Again, I'm trying to get long at the green line. Last time the price was down around this green line, you can see bounced, 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 bounced. Will it bounce again? There are no guarantees. That is why I have that red line right here, which is my stop loss. But we'll see if history wants to repeat itself again. That was AI's response. I was going to say, that sounded like more of a chat GPT answer than anything else. Hey, if you're enjoying in any way, shape, or form, would love to get this up to at least 300 likes. So do we have, what is that, 44 likes out there? Do we have 44 people that are interested enough and join enough to hit that like button? That would be fantastic. When I first started watching Clay, he had a smile. No, yeah. Smiles are gone. Smiles are overrated, for sure. Do I ever trade? I do not. No. I just like to go where the volume's at. And volume, more times than not, very, very smooth in the NQ, MNQ. I know some people like ES, MES. I know some people like the precious metals. So, but no. Hey, Wolf, you're being a little dramatic, don't you think? You dent. Well, I don't know. How would you trade it? You got a trade front plan for us, Wolf? Or are you just here to flap your lips? Why do I get this suspicion that if he responds, it's just going to be a lot of words with no numbers? So, Wolf, I'm open. Let us into your mind, brother. Could you give us a trade plan with 3 numbers? An entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Not a bunch of cool sounding words, but practicality. Practicality defined as a trade plan. A trade plan defined as 3 numbers. These 3 numbers defined as entry point, stop loss, and target. Can you do that for us, Wolf? Okay. How did I know? How did I know we were just going to get more words? Or it front runs, or it falls lower. Okay, so in other words, Wolf is just flapping his lips. Gotcha. Oh, I see you like to use the word or. How about this, Wolf? Or that I'm about to get spicy, Wolf. Get ready for it, brother. Or it comes down here and bounces off this green line like it's done many times before. Or it comes down and history repeats itself. Or maybe that. Maybe history repeats itself. To be fair, it might not repeat itself. That's why I have a stop for. So maybe that, Wolf, or simply history repeats itself. Can you throw that in your little sequence of ors? Fair enough. All right, Wolf. All right, I like Wolf. He seems reasonable. He seems to realize, okay, that's fair. Stick around, Wolf. I like you. It's the people that won't admit that I just made a fair point. Those are the ones that I'm like, all right, I don't got time for you. But if you want to admit that I made a fair point, that we call that intellectual honesty. And I like intellectually honest people. Hey, come on. 9 more likes. Let's go. Let's push this up to 300. We were going for 400 today. I'm not sure that's going to happen, but surely we can get at least 300 likes. This, I will say this though. It's probably just kind of, I don't know. I think it might be the YouTube live stream voice, but it's starting to feel like this is what we're on the verge for. I don't know how long I've had this trade plan out here, but it's been out here for a while. So it's starting to feel like, is this going to be one of these situations where I'm patient for like 40 minutes and then it just comes down here and flushes me out in like 2 seconds? So I wait 30 minutes. I'm patient for 30 minutes for a trade that lasts 2 seconds. I hope that's not what happens here, but from the comedic irony standpoint, What's the symbol? This is MNQ. I am trading futures. So if you're thinking if you're thinking this is stocks, no, we're here day trading futures. So I'm here to watch and learn from you. Thank you for sharing your. Well, thank you. You're good to have you here, Adam. What do you like most, intellectual honesty or intellectual humility? I reject that it's an either or. I like both. In fact, I think you might be able to argue that they're one and the same. Gold taking a leg higher. Hey, look at HR. That's what it's all about right there, folks. All three numbers, beautiful. Even if he's wrong, still have nothing but respect for him because at least he had enough courage to throw his trade plan out there. Good stuff there. So you're long at 960. Ooh, he's long. He's long. Okay, he's long. Where's his stop at? 930. Okay, his stop is down here. Okay, he's got wiggle room. His target is 990. Up here. Okay, so he's looking to play the highs. Okay. Let's see what happens, HR. Again, nothing but respect. Appreciate you mapping out the trade plan ahead of time. So even if you're wrong, that's all right. Welcome to the club. He's long. I'm a short. Okay, well, May, you got to give us a trade plan. Match HR. So where are you getting short? May, where's your stop at? Where's your target at? You got to match the message to above you. What does Darcy effect? So legit. You can't, still, you cannot make that stuff up. A flat out law of nature. Do I trade crude oil? I'm a perfect crude oil futures trader. Never been wrong. Now, granted, I've only ever made one trade, and that was a winning trade. So I have. Yes, but no, I would not consider myself a crude oil futures trader. Okay. What would Darcy do? Probably shouldn't have banned him, but yeah. Ooh, all right. I am interested in a potential short here now. I think I am. Let me check real quick. 50 up to 13. Yeah. I'll risk that. Let's see if it wants to come back down. So stop there. I'm sorry. Entry right there. My stop will be above the yellow line. Now, if the price comes up to the yellow line like it just did here, I'm going to have to cancel that out. So never mind on that one. Woof. So if I were to make this thing, make the claim, some things in life seem a little too good to be true. What you asked me, don't you think that sounds a little too good to be true? Doesn't that seem a little too easy? How many trades did you take today? I have no idea. I'll answer it this way. A number that is too high for me to remember. See, that is what I swear. This is what the fourth time now. This has been the ultimate argument to not use confirmation. Now, again, other live streams, waiting for confirmation has saved me from so many what would have been losing trades, but I swear that's like the fourth one. That, well, it didn't quite behave, so let me cancel it out, and then it would have worked out beautifully. Man. Okay, Ome, next time, you got to give us numbers ahead of time. You showing up after the fact and telling us that you got short up here. To be fair, I mean, maybe that's true, but also to be fair, this is the internet where people just say stuff. So next time, buddy, make sure you give us those numbers ahead of time. Oh, good job, Chris. Glad that got you all taken care of. Very good. Did you, Ome? Okay, maybe I missed it. So I apologize then for missing it. But good job. Good call. Did HR get stopped out? Oh my goodness, he stayed in by the skin of his teeth. Are you still in, HR? HR stop loss was at 30. Look, you can't get any closer than that. He's still in. He's still got a chance. But yeah, by a hair. All right, HR. See, this is why it's so much better when people actually give us a trade plan. Then we can I mean, like we're in the movie with them. There's his stop. Look how close he got to getting stopped out. So he's still got a fighting chance. I'm going to totally forget about these orders down here. But good thing I have a stop. Order filled. All right, Chizard. Oh, I'm really wanting to get short here, folks. I really am. I think I have. Yeah, I'm going to take a swing at it. Short right there if it wants to come down. I got to be careful that even if this does break down through, that doesn't get caught up in this area of support right here. So even if that were the case, that'd still be 7 points. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah, I'll leave it go. But this is a very real threat that if this is the bottom of some sort of choppy range, and if it gets caught up down around here, that's still giving me about 7 points of wiggle room. So, yeah. Right, maybe I try to anticipate a little bit now. Okay, let's do that. Okay, there's my new entry right there, red line. Albert gold long stop. All right, Albert, I can appreciate that. Given a trade plan on gold. Okay, it's coming down. If that red line turns blue, that means I'm in. VIX is rising. All right. For anybody that factors in the VIX in their decision, Victor says it's rising. Checks. What's CHX? Okay, I'm in. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. Push. I'm a little scared of the bottom part of that range, like I was already talking about. Well, I don't care about the VIX, Victor. That's irrelevant to me. But again, for anybody that does care about the VIX, Victor says it is rising. All right, I'm going to add 3 more right there. Okay, in. Ooh, beautiful candle. Come on, deliver for me. I might add some more. Yeah, we'll leave it as it is. Come on. Come on. Like this, I couldn't ask for a better candle here. Now will it deliver, though? Well, so much for the smooth move all the way back down. Well, not necessarily all the way back down, but do I add in another 3 here? Yeah, I am. I'm liking it. I'm liking it. I'm going to add in another 3 there. So adding to a winner. Your second exit is my long entry. My second exit. I don't have any exits in right now. This is an order to add. Come on. Again, looking to add at the red line if it wants to come back down. Man, that candle was looking so good for a minute and then just did not turn out that way. Blue line is my average price. Red line is where I'm looking to add. We'll see if it wants to come down or not. All right, at this point, I might as well put my order right there to add. Try to get a little bit of a better entry point, but only if it wants to come back down. Unless it just going to pop up and take me out. If it does, it is what it is. Now, what would be really painful, though, is if it comes down here, fills me, and then goes back up, because now I have another 3. So preferably, if it's going to take me out, just take me out now while I have 6, and not when I add. But I'm kind of curious about that line right there. Like, if we can get the trend line break there, maybe that's what spurs it on, but let's see. Yeah, it is. The price is negotiating right now. Okay, getting close to potentially an add point. Move it up a little bit more. So somebody asked me, like, what's your average hold time? Like, this is a very long hold for me, like right now. Like, I'm quite happy with myself that I'm being patient. I'm trying to let the thing play out, although it's getting close to maybe being game over. Getting very close. All right, I got to get out. All right, well. Now, if this thing drops all the way back down, I might look to re-enter. Because that'd be a 9 right there. Now, if this doesn't, I will try again because that would just be. No, if this one doesn't work though, then like I said, I'll still be green, but it will be. I'm liking this though. I'm liking this. I think this thing has got some. Wait, do I still have my trade down? Oh no, okay, that one's. Well. There was a ascending triangle here too. I guess if you could look at it through that angle. So some people are maybe looking to play that ascending triangle breakout. Bidders are missing. Nice job, Brian. Trying to figure out if this is maybe a short right here, but I don't know. Am I getting a little too aggressive in anticipation of it not only coming down to visit the lower trend line, but breaking down through? And if that happens, that's going to be a banger of a trade. Yeah, Whiffy. I am by no means a perfect trader, so yeah. Now it comes down. Maybe I'll try one more. Yep, let's try it. Give it a go. Put some orders out there just in case there's a spike to the downside. Not saying I expect there to be, but there have been some spikes in the past where it's like, oh, I wish I would have had some orders out there to take advantage of it. Okay, come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, I should take one off right there. Took a couple off there. That's a very real possible bounce point. So could still be a losing trade, but I wanted to. Actually, that's kind of a scary one. Yeah. All right, I got to get out. I don't have the wiggle room to be putzing around with stuff like that. And then it comes down through. Yeah. Doggone it. Why did I hop out? Well, I could not risk it bouncing right off of that area, which it was. We had the purple line and the green line, and I'm thinking, uh-oh. I did not have the luxury. Had I not taken that first losing trade, I would have had the luxury to say, hey, let's just sit back and see what happens. But because the trade right before that was that losing trade, I lost that luxury. Yes, in hindsight, I get it. I look like a total fool because, Clay, you would have been fine. Well, yes, agreed. But at that time, I didn't know if I was going to be fine or not. So, bummer. This is not this is not Forex. This is futures. Oh, man. What? So this is kind of what I mean by today. I'm green, but I'm not quite sure how I'm green today. This is like a perfect illustration of that. Doggone it. I played it right, though. I did play it right. Yes, I am. It is what it is. To reiterate, had that first trade not been a losing trade, and had I still, had this number still been, I think that was at like 900 something. Had that not happened, I'm totally like, okay, let's see. Yeah, it could bounce. I lessened the load. I took a couple off. But then when I started to see it bounce, had I not, then I would have given it. Now, I'm not saying I would have played it perfectly and covered down there. I'm just saying I would have given it more time to break down through there, and I would have been just fine. But front one, run, retest, drop. Okay, Wolf, you seem like a reasonable person. So in communicating with you, none of that stuff means anything. You hindsight trading what's already happened. Like anybody can do that, brother. You know what I mean? Now, if you can give us a trade plan, as many here have, with 3 numbers, then that's going to bring you a lot more credibility. But right now, it's not a good look. You know what I mean? You're just sitting here hindsight trading everything that's already happened. 2 points killed my winning trade. Good job, HR. Way to stick with it. Oh, I'm sorry. And the person that asked what pairs are these? Again, this is not Forex. This is futures. And the time frame that you see on the screen is the 2-minute. Okay, again, Wolf, what I am saying is this. Just give us a trade plan. 3 numbers. Entry point, stop loss, and target. But like when When something happens and then you show up after the fact to explain what's already happened, I mean, kind of like anybody can do that, right? I'm trading with one MNQ, making $8 at a time. Well, hey Ben, if that's where your comfort level's at, good job. Assuming that $8 is coming from good habits, that is the name of the game. No shame in $8. Now, if you made $800 with bad habits, it's only a matter of time before the market takes that back from you. So I'll take $8 good habits over $800 bad habits from a big picture standpoint. Witty Wolf, I think you should do whatever you feel most comfortable with. That's what I think. Right now I'm trading futures, specifically MNQ. I made 488 today. Well, assuming that was with good habits, good job. If you made 488 being a degenerate, not a good job, because within the big picture, the market will eventually get that money back, plus some. Don't believe me? Ask AMC shareholders. Ask GME shareholders. Ask silver traders more recently. Ask, I don't know, pot stock people from 10 years ago. Where do I find it, please? You're gonna have to be more specific. Define it. Where do I find it? Well, what? Anybody that's still thinking short, I mean, okay, but just as a FYI, don't lose track of getting short now. Basically means, again, there's no guarantee that it'll bounce off that 50 period moving average, but from a short standpoint, things could get a little squirrely at that area. Wade, everything right here. How the prop firm and all that stuff works. If you just go to the link at the top of the screen, it'll take you here. And then down there, it explains kind of, there's a nice little table that shows everything. I am wondering, do I try a back test here? But I might be, I can't tell right now if I am just revenge trading or if that's actually a good setup, because I am irritated about how that last one played out. Even though I played it right, I'm still irritated. Long at 920. Hey, I love that. Sakai. That's courage right there. A trade plan ahead of time. That's good stuff. What country are you in? I wish you the best 12 many. I ask that because usually when people show up assuming Forex, they're probably in another country. So depending on what country you're in is going to depend on if it's even worth telling you anything, because it may just be what I'm doing may be banned in your country. And again, the only reason I'm assuming that you are in another country is because you showed up talking about Forex. I made 105 trades today. All right. I don't know what. Well, I guess I heard this song on the radio a couple weeks ago, but for some reason, in my mind right now, the song is "Uptown Girl." She's living in a lonely world. Under a bridge, trying to get prop firm accounts. I'm pretty sure that's the lyrics. I cannot confirm nor deny, but I'm pretty sure. Sing the correct pitch. I'll punch you. How about that? Was up 1100, now I'm up 4350. I'm done. It happens, Brian. Hey, you watch your mouth, Texima Trader. Or I'm gonna do some dental surgery on you. Don't act like I don't have a beautiful voice. I'm not gonna put up with that sort of gaslight lying. You know full well that you believe that I have the voice of an angel. Don't act like that's not the case. I will not put up with that sort of just bold-faced lying. I've been profitable with my strategy for 3 years with discipline, but for the last 6 months using the same strategy for being... Yeah, Jay, that's... I don't know what to tell you there for 3 years. I mean, yeah, strategies can go through cycles, but I mean, 3 years, I don't know. I guess all I can really say without knowing more is, are you sure you're trading it the same way? Are you sure? Jamaica. All right. Well, I don't think what I'm doing is going to be available to you anyways. Let me double check real quick. You do not want to see your country on this list. Let's find the J's. H-I-J-K. Where's the J's at? A, B, C, D, E, F. There. Uh-oh. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. So in other words, your questions are sort of irrelevant because, yes, what I'm doing, not available in Jamaica, unfortunately. I should learn. I do well at open and give the back during the day, but yeah. Do I? Yes, VWAP is something that I do use and consider. Again, I sort of want to get short right here, but I can't tell if that's just a revenge trade or not because I'm irritated. I can't tell, so I'm going to err on the side of caution. Thank you for being here, Clay. Yes, your family and all the Clay tunes. Ooh, that's got a nice ring to it. Instead of baboons, Clay tunes. Interesting. That's something that's got some potential, I think. Clay tunes. No gold today. It's just no normal VWAP. It's just no normal VWAP. All of you that are searching out holy grails, right there. There's my settings, brother. There it is. There it is. You just got to remember the only thing that is important to you is that I'm an uptown girl living under a bridge. Which market is that? This is the futures market, specifically MNQ. And that is how I got the name Bald Eagle. And now you know the rest of the story. Hey, thank you, Flowers. Thank you for feeding hungry kids. Code Clay, all caps, feed hungry kids. Goes to a good cause. Code Clay, all caps, feeds hungry children. I have 6 of them. You've met 2, actually, on the live stream. You've met Kit and Jet. There are 4 others. So, yes, when you use Code Clay, you are feeding hungry children. They happen to be my children, but they are children and they are hungry. And Code Clay will help feed them and support the stream. Clay, have you been using buy stops and sell stops to get in trades a long time? I guess. I'm not sure how you define long time, but yeah, I'll say yes. I like them. Do you recommend any books or tutorials for learning? I do. Now, I don't have any credibility because you can just throw in my face, well, of course you're going to say that because that's what you sell. But yes, I do offer a mentorship. Been around since 2013. So if you're interested, 30-day money-back guarantee. Not a guarantee that you're going to become $1 million trader, but just gives you plenty of time to go through the content and see, hey, are you learning? Do you like my teaching style? All that sort of stuff. So there you go. That's what I recommend. Well, I know what all that stuff is, Wolf. All I'm saying to you, and I realize English is not your first language, so fair enough. All I'm saying is that, you know, within the chat, the most credibility comes when people don't wait for stuff to happen and then just describe what's already happened. Because, again, with all due respect, anybody can do that. But I was thinking of short, wasn't I? Okay, we are at the 50 period, though. Careful. I mean, if you're going short right now, you're shorting at a double bottom and you're shorting at the 50 period moving average. Like I said, it could still work out theoretically, but man, I don't know if that's really going to be a viable long-term way. But what was I saying? I can't remember what I was saying. I was talking about something else. I forgot. Oh, then somebody asked about trading books are garbage. Now, if it's a book on anything to do with psychology, fine. Fine. But trading books are the epitome of garbage. But yes, if there is a book about any sort of trading psychology, fine. Because that's way more important. Did anybody take that short? Was anybody like, hey Clay, dude, I actually agree with you. I don't think that's a revenge trade. That looks good. I'm short. Did anybody actually take that short? Me? Good job, Zach. At least, see, that's the good thing about having clarity of mind. I guess to pat myself a little bit on the back, at least I'm well aware that I don't necessarily have clarity of mind after that last frustrating situation. So like I said, I erred on the side of caution, and yes, in hindsight, it's easy to sit here and critique myself. Green advantage did in on ES short. All right, Victor. By the way, this was a savage move here. All things considered, the people that were watching this ascending triangle that bought the breakout of the ascending triangle, which, I'm not going to call anybody crazy for going long there. I can see it. Good grief. They got dumped. Hopefully that stops him. That's rough. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess. I would just say, listen, this is all a book can do. A book can only use images and be like, yeah, so you're going to want to buy there. It's like, well, yeah, I guess. But that's not, trading doesn't work like that. In trading, you don't get to look to the left, right? You got to look to the right. And what do we notice about the right? Well, you have this big void of darkness and emptiness. In other words, zero hindsight. All a book does is use hindsight, go cherry pick pictures, and then say, oh, see? Okay, how do I do that? Well, that's what I've been trying to explain to you, Wolf. You gain credibility by giving us a trade plan. This trade plan has 3 numbers. It has an entry point, it has a stop loss, and it has a target. Missed the short. My entry was 944. Oh, no. That's brutal. So close yet so far away. Oh, bowl and china shop. Okay, Wolf. Yeah, I think that the language barrier is too much. I know that's what you said. That is meaningless. That is the core point that we talk about. We call that broad statement trading. Front run first, retest, then lower. Yeah, that doesn't mean anything. That's like saying buy the dip and then saying, oh, look, it dipped and went back up. I would have made money. Well, no. That's sort of the point, man. That's why the 3 numbers are very, very powerful, because it cuts through all the empty jargon of words and cool sounding terms. You got to get, yes, agree. Yeah, definitely. At the end of the day, you got to get your own edge. The people that show up behaving as if trading works like Walmart, where you go to Walmart and you're like, excuse me, where's the strategy aisle? Oh, that's aisle 17. And then you go to aisle 17 and you're like, pick out the strategy you want to use. That is not how this works. Like Essence Success says, you got to find your own edge. But man, that seems like it takes effort and work. Yeah, sure it does. Oh, are you a member of it, Zach? I'm sorry if I don't recognize your name, and you are. No, I appreciate it, Wolf. Like I said, the best insight you can give, though, is like your trade plan, because then we can look at your trade plan and then try to understand better what you're seeing. And how you're making money from claims, right? I don't have a problem with a broad statement. Hey, I think it's going to go, I think we're going to see a pullback and then it's going to curl back up. Here's how I plan to take advantage of it. Here's my entry, here's my stop, here's my target. That's all good stuff. You've made a broad statement claim. You think it's going to pull back and go back up. There's your broad statement. No problem with that. The reason why there's no problem is because if you then follow it up with, and here's how I'm going to make money from that thought, I'm going to enter here, I'm going to put my stop loss here and my targets there, then it's like, cool, man. Now we can totally see the practical the practical nature of the claim you're actually making. There is a massive difference between saying, I think this is going to pull back and go back up. Saying that versus how you're actually going to make money from that with the trade plan, right? Huge difference. I'm such a terrible business person. I didn't even cover this once. But hey, if you are enjoying the stream, this is totally viewer supported. There's no sponsorships, nothing like it's ad free. I have the ads turned off. So at the end of the day, if you want to help support the stream, if you want to ensure that the stream continues, then code CLAY, all caps, with any of these prop firms is the way that'll ensure that the stream and the party does continue. So code CLAY with any of these prop firms. I recommend Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best in the business. Whether you're a beginner or experienced prop firm trader, that is who I use and who I recommend. But I do also understand that some people are into empire building, and they're like, Clay, I actually already use Take Profit Trader. I already have my 5 pros, but I want to build my empire. Well, then here's some other prop firms out there where you can help, like I said, support the stream with code CLAY. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. I thought we might have hit 400 likes today. Didn't quite hit there. Got over 300, but on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it helps out a whole lot. It makes a big difference. So hit that like button on your way out. Big announcement. I don't know if it's a big announcement, but one thing, the markets are open on Monday for President's Day, but they do close early at 1 p.m. Eastern. So I will be, hey, thanks, Jocko. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. But I will be streaming Monday at the open, so 9:15 a.m. on Monday. So if you think you're going to forget, that is a good little reminder of why not only subscribe to the channel itself, but also turn on notifications so that you'll be notified of when I do go live. So, yeah, we'll be back. Again, there is a holiday. Stock market is closed. Futures market is actually open. Just an early close at 1 p.m. Eastern. So like I said, I'll be back, and I'll be streaming at the open on Monday. Yeah, you have a great weekend too there, Yellowhammer. But that is all I have. So like I said, on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, and if you want to help support the stream, code CLAY, all caps, with any of these prop firms. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Good, fun week. Challenging at times, but overall, things turned out all right. So take care, everybody. Have a great weekend.